It's, we won't be able to see.
These are the things, but it's not perfect.
Yes, sure.
Where is it coming from?
Is it?
I see it here, but where is it?
Oh, my speech I can see, but it's not adjusted properly. Yeah, I'll use mine. I'm okay. Hello, 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 hello. Please take your seats. May you please take your seats as soon as possible. We would like to invite the President and the delegation to come up, so please take your seats. Yes, sir. They said they've not adjusted it. Not adjusted it. It's fine. I'll speak.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks, bro. Okay. Is it
Tell me when she's coming. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. You have to deal with this one. This one.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, if you can take our seats, please. I kindly request to take your seats. The President is joining us. If you can kindly take our seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take our seats, please. The President is entering the venue now. May we all rise to welcome His Excellency, President Cyril. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you could remain standing for the rendition of the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, may I ask you to stand so we can start with the rendition of the national anthem. Thank you. The national anthem. Thank you.
You may sit, please. President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorary Charul Fortune, Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Deputy Chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan, Members of Parliament, the Judiciary, Ministers, Premiers, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Patricia Scotland, Slave of Namibia, Ms. Monica Gango, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Director Generals, SARGA representatives, UN agencies, development partners, philanthropists, faith-based organizations, civil society, our children, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Dumelang, Anibonani, Molweni, Kwemo. My name is Oleshis, and I'm special advisor to the President of the Republic. I'm here with Sangile Ndashe from civil society. We have the honor and the privilege to chair the meeting today. Gender inequality has been with us in the world since time immemorial. We are guided by the Convention on the Age of all the documents that countries must develop laws and policies that promote and protect women's rights. Furthermore, it urges us to eliminate all barriers to the effective participation of women in decision-making. In our country, we are guided by the supreme law of the land, that is the 1996 Constitution, which calls for equality and respect for women's rights and dignity. We have seen passed many laws in line with the Constitution that protects employment equity, it promotes and protects women's dignity, and ensures women's empowerment. We know the 2020 data from Statistics South Africa, which show that the female labor participation rate is 50.7% compared to 63.2% among males. Now, gender inequality in our country remains to be a major challenge. Not only are women and girls not economically as empowered as men, but they also suffer physical, emotional, and psychological abuse, often ending up being killed by men. Not a single day passes without us hearing about a woman or a child or LGBTI person who was physically abused or killed, mostly in a brutal manner. Women and children in our country are not safe. Their rights are violated. We are gathered here once more to take stock and hold each other accountable for delivering the agreed declaration and the plan on gender-based violence and femicide. The 360-degree accountability, acceleration, and amplification approaches are most appropriate since we had the first summit in 2018. It's about time we take stock of progress together so we can address the challenges and obstacles that prevent us from making the progress that is so urgently required. And we need to accelerate and fast-track key interventions while we are strengthening others. Violence against women and girls remains a significant challenge also in the African region. And I need to talk about this because it's rooted in historical imbalance of power between women and men and disregard for human rights of our children. The World Health Organization maintains that at least 46% of women in Africa have experienced gender-based violence in one form or another. Research has also shown how gender-based violence has become normalized. In sub-Saharan Africa, 2/3 of children suffer physical violence, 1/3 of girls suffer sexual violence, 1/4 of children suffer emotional violence, and half of the children witness domestic violence. Furthermore, within the African context, 69% of women and girls are most likely to be killed by an intimate partner or a family member. That is, they are killed by someone they know. Firearms play an important role in lethal violence, and many women report having been threatened with a gun before becoming a victim of femicide. So what I would like to do is to say to you, we have invited all of you, 1,300 people here today, to account to the nation the progress we have collectively made or not made to end gender-based violence in our country. We ask ourselves whether we've been faithful to the global, continental, and national prescripts to keep our women and girls safe. With these words, I welcome you to the second Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like us to have a 1 minute silence as we light the candles to remember the victims of femicide and why we have come together in this summit in memory of those whose lives have been taken and with a strong commitment towards our common vision of being here today to make a meaningful impact. Just 1 minute. When the President made this call for a second summit on gender-based violence and femicide, we responded to the call to attend this summit as civil society. The rights to be free from violence and discrimination continue to elude us. There are challenges in the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide, and the overall response is still lacking in many ways, although we have noted some progress. We remain committed to finding a way out of this pandemic. Despite the challenges that we face, when we try to work with government, we still believe in a multi-sectoral response and that we are better, impactful, and stronger when we work together. We come to this summit with a very clear sense of who we are. Civil society exists to curb the excesses of power. We hold government to account, exert pressure, develop interventions, and also provide much-needed services, among other things. We also know that our legitimacy as civil society is threatened when we are seen as unaccountable or lacking in transparency and good governance. Once we responded to the call, we knew that we had an urgent and moral imperative to co-create an alternative accountability space. We are here to do just that. State accountability is often understood to mean accountability before the courts. In a country where access to justice to hold states accountable is limited, it will be negligent not to explore other ways to ensure accountability when an opportunity is presented. We have seen the judiciary become the last line of defense when the executive and legislative arms of government fail to do what they are supposed to do. Even for some of us who do litigation, we know too well the limited impact that courts have in changing society. Broadening accountability spaces in a manner where the duty bearers can be in conversation with rights holders to hold it to account in public with a view towards strengthening the response, accelerating service delivery, and amplifying interventions that demonstrate impact is a call that we are only too happy to support. The rights-based approach remains one of the most convincing discourses that we have for ending gender-based violence and femicide. Expanding the sites where conversations about rights can happen is one of the unstated objectives of this summit. The design of the summit is deliberate about providing an environment where questions can be asked, gaps and challenges identified, impact of the interventions assessed, and solutions found. A lot of activities have been carried out, and this is an opportunity to ask whether they were the right things to do and whether they were done right. We are beyond doing what we think is helpful. The National Strategic Plan is the roadmap that we have committed ourselves to, and we look at activities to see if they are aligned to the indicators set out in the NSP. There are hard and important conversations to be had between government, civil society, business sector, and development partners. As civil society, we come here ready and prepared to engage in those conversations. The success of the summit will not only be of benefit to our sector, but we also have an opportunity to birth a model that is used to monitor the implementation of national action plans and other commitments in other sectors. We want to be a part of this exciting and challenging exercise. A lot of work has gone to the preparation of the summit. Success will mean walking out of this summit with real commitments, including timeframes and budgets, a deepened and shared understanding of what it will take to implement the National Strategic Plan properly, consequence management when things do not go according to plan, improvement in the delivery of services, and ultimately an end to gender-based violence and femicide. As civil society, we believe we know what works, and most of that is contained in the National Strategic Plan. A recommitment to implementing the NSP as it is, without deviations and distractions, is the reset and jumpstart that we need. But we are not naive. We are here with the full knowledge that this is an exercise on building trust because there is a deficit in trust. We know that working with government can be challenging at the best of times, even when they are good people with good intentions. We also know that the outcomes of the summit are as weak or strong as the people who have the power to make the difference want them to be. We can emerge out of the summit with a plan for meaningful engagement, or we can leave with yet another summit declaration. How we hold this space over the next 2 days in the way we conduct ourselves will be key to where we end up on Wednesday evening. Our willingness to learn, the desire to hear each other without the need to defend, and a commitment to do better will be key to finding the solutions that we so desperately and urgently need. We don't want to be murdered anymore. We don't want to be raped anymore. We don't want to be failed by state institutions anymore. We have not abandoned other traditional sites for accountability. We can still seek legal recourse. We will not stop in our struggle to be free from violence, regain autonomy over our bodies, and not to be discriminated against on the basis of gender. With that, we wish you a successful summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. May I please have the slides on the screen, please? Thank you. I'm not seeing them down there. Okay. Sorry, I think it's a wrong one here. Okay, what I'm going to try to do is to give you a little bit of a rationale for why we want to have the summit. This slide is basically showing you critical information of where we come from insofar as planning this gender-based violence summit. We come a long way, starting with 2018, when we had a critical moment in our country where the women of this country stood up and said, enough is enough, we need to deal with gender-based violence. They came to the Union building. Well, let me start by saying that they started with the parliament, they went to the judiciary, and then they went to the executive. And when they arrived in parliament, they met with the president and gave him 24 demands that they would like to see addressed insofar as gender-based violence is concerned. And it was a very, very important moment, for the country because it eventually led to the development of a national strategic plan on gender-based violence. But before we did that, they called in one of the demands that we should have the summit. And that summit was held in 2018, exactly the same day, the 1st and 2nd of November. Arising from that was a declaration that the president had to sign with 10 civil society organizations, and those organizations are the ones that had networks around the country to make sure that we've covered the entire country. The summit was very, very important for us because of the fact that it helped us to plan forward in terms of how to deal with gender-based violence. Subsequent to that, we managed to develop that national strategic plan. We coalesced everyone around the national strategic plan, which has helped tremendously insofar as getting everyone delivering on what it is that we wanted to deliver. So the next slide I would like to talk about is the summit itself. What is the summit all about? Well, this summit, it's really a summit that is assisting us in terms of addressing several issues that are listed in the program. Sorry about that. Let me just make sure I've got this. The summit itself assisted us quite a bit in terms of addressing the key issues that we should be dealing with. And those key issues that we're dealing with, I'm just going to go through them very briefly, that we want to demonstrate our continued high-level commitment on state accountability for the national response to gender-based violence. Secondly, we wanted to accelerate actions and accountability by key government departments and all of the stakeholders that are involved, including the civil society, the private sector, and labor and the faith-based organizations. We want this summit to become a platform through which to share ideas of progress by government, civil society, the private sector, and so forth, and all the other stakeholders. We also want to provide a space for wider collaborative engagement between all stakeholders so that we can strategize on strengthening the overall response to gender-based violence. The theme for our summit is really accountability, acceleration, and implementation now. It is so critical for us to have to address this particular issue, because if we are not clear on what it is that we are trying to do, we are not going to succeed. We are not going to be able to follow up and make sure that everything that we planned, as shown on that particular slide, is going to work. In terms of the pre-summit activities that we've undertaken, there's quite a lot that we have planned on doing, and here it's really, we wanted to start with the provincial summit. So we went to all of the provinces, made it a point that the premiers in the provinces convened the summits, and the reason for that was to really deepen our understanding of gender-based violence in the provinces, with a specific focus on key issues, the common theme, making sure they understand the common theme, understand the main obstacles to the effective implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and make sure that where there is no knowledge about this content, it must be known. And we also wanted to make sure that we understood what is supposed to be achieved through all of the 6 pillars of the National Strategic Plan. Then we followed it up with the pillar dialogues. Here we had a reflection on the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence per pillar, so that we could analyze progress that has been made, the challenges that we've experienced, and the opportunities that we should be aware of. We then went on to have the CSO, Civil Society Organization webinars, and we arranged them and facilitated them by Call to Action Collective, so that we could have a deeper engagement on the National Strategic Plan itself. We furthermore followed up with a multi-sectoral Twitter spaces. These were arranged by the Summit Communications team, who took part in the regular intervals to make sure they are communicating throughout the country. Finally, we had the Children Summit, and the children are here. I hope that you'll be able to see them when they come to speak at some point. So we had that summit on the 21st and 22nd of October, and what it did, it elevated the voices of children to ensure that their needs are actually addressed, so that we as adults do not just simply say what the children want, but the children must be able to say it, themselves. So here we are at the summit, and at this particular summit, we need to talk about the way in which we're going to work together. We're going to work together in a form of 4 areas. First of all is accountability. And here on the Accountability Summit, we want to look at the space for leaders responsible, for driving the country gender-based violence agenda, to drive it forward in line with the allocated National Strategic Plan outcomes, so that we can respond to strategic issues that are key to advancing this particular agenda, and do so in an impactful way. Secondly, we would like to look at the pillar commissions. And the pillar commissions are critical because we want to create space for all the leaders responsible for driving the gender-based violence agenda to really work hard and make sure that they are working in line with the allocated outcomes that have been agreed to, so we can respond to strategic issues that are key to advancing the gender-based violence. And the next one is really action caucuses, We'll be having this action caucuses because they are very energetic. It's an engaging space, so we can hear the voices of the marginalized groups and also try to amplify voices of key sectors so that we can all be able to move the agenda forward. And the next one is really the clinics. We'll be having clinics, which is creating space so that we can reflect very deeply on a specific problem and to come up with the firm solutions on how these are going to be resolved in a relatively short period of time. So the outcomes of the summit are several-fold. First of all, we would like to have a description of a wider and gender-based violence context be understood nationally and provincially. We would like to be able to come up with resolutions from the second presidential summit, similar to what we did in the first summit, but this time we want to be able to say what has been achieved since 2018. We want to say what are the challenges that are remaining and look at the strategies that we may have to adopt in order to address them, but address them within specified time frames. We want to really state very clearly what is it that we're going to accelerate and how we're going to amplify that so that everybody is aware of what exactly is it that we have succeeded or we are not succeeding. We want to state how resources are going to be strengthened and also stating how accountability is going to be stated. So as a way forward, we're going to have a conference resolution document, and it's going to have very specific actions and outcomes and time frames, as well as indicate who is responsible for implementing it. We will have an accountability framework, and then we'll have a reporting and monitoring, of progress. With these words, I would like to say thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to outline this.
A few announcements. BMW keys were picked up in one of the bathrooms. They can be collected from office 6. Behind the curtains, we have psychosocial support. Some of the conversations are going to be triggering, but on your table, there are also notes on psychosocial support. We need you to register for the various processes that we have, the clinics, the action caucuses, as well as the accountability pillars. So there is a table just here in the foyer, so please do indicate which one of those you would like to attend. I would like to get a sense of the space of who is going to be attending where. And then we will come back and clarify and give you those things. Right. Right now, we are going to move to some of the key presentations that are going to help us frame this conversation. We are going to call Lieutenant General Musikili, who is going to give us a comment about the data that we have right now, that HSRC is in the final throes of this prevalence study, which includes women and disability and the LGBTQI persons sector as well, which is an important baseline study. So, Lieutenant, please.
Thank you so much, program directors. A very good morning to the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa. Greetings to the ministers, the ambassadors. All protocol is observed. I am going to give the perspective of the South African Police Service in response to the gender-based violence and the progress that the department has made so far. The highlights of the presentation will include the gender-based violence-related limitations, the recorded crimes that will include selected contact crimes, sexual offenses, murder, which is GBVF related, crimes against women and children, selected crimes of domestic violence, kidnapping, which will include rape, sexual and domestic related. We'll also see the gender-based violence desks that has been implemented from the resolutions of the first summit, the progress on the backlog that we experienced over years, the progress to date, the budget that the department has committed that will include what has been spent on the GBVF nationally, the experiences by the South African Police Service, as well as the recommendations. As it was highlighted earlier, I'm not going to go through this. This is the definition that was given in the first summit, and going further to also include the GBV as defined, the general term used to capture violence that occurs as a result of a normative role expectations associated with gender, associated with the sex assigned to a person at birth, as well as the unequal power relations between the genders. This will include physical, sexual, verbal, emotional, and psychological abuse or threats of such acts or abuse and coercion. And those forms may cause harm or will cause harm or harm itself. The possibilities for the South African Police Service, I need to highlight that the reason why the possibilities is because of the counting rules that the South African Police Service is using to segregate the gender-based violence and femicides as recorded. Crimes that can be associated will include where a woman are usually victims and which are associated with power and control dynamics. That includes domestic violence and sexual offenses. That is trafficking in persons for sexual purposes, serial rape, serial murder of women, determined from the investigations. Domestic violence and sexual offenses statistics available from Crime Information System. We are having two systems, the older system that has been gradually been replaced by what we call integrated crime, ICDMS. The limitations, not all domestic violence occurs due to unequal gender relations. Some gender incidents are motivated by greed that you will find in the space of domestic violence. This integrated data regarding gender identity and sexual orientation is not available, and the matter raises concern regarding adherence to human rights principles. Statistical presentation has looked at the previous 5 years of the recordings. The last column of this presentation that is showing the red is the percentages of the trends over the period of 5 years. As compared, it will look into the same period for the previous 5 years. The category of Sexual offenses include rape, sexual assault, attempted sexual offenses, and contact sexual offenses. I must indicate or disclaimer on this slide that oftentimes when this statistics is released, it raises eyebrows that 50,000 women have been subjected to sexual offenses. This is the counting rule that has been adopted, which will be revised to have the person counting who became the victims of crime. As it appears now, the numbers that we are seeing is the number of charges, meaning where one woman will have multiple rape, it will indicate all the charges. Where women at one space will be sexually assaulted, we count the charges. So the numbers that we are seeing, it's in relation to the charges as recorded on our system, as adopted. So in 2017-18 financial year, we recorded 50,000 charges. It went up to 52,000 charges in 18-19 financial year, 53,000 in 19-20 financial year. In 2020-2021, 46,000, which is the decline. That can be attributed to the restrictions during the COVID-19. So the number of incidents that were recorded in that financial year has shown a decline, but there are periods where we were on the level 4, level 3, up to the time when we were at level 5. So the comparison, according to our counting rule, will not exclude those periods. So the decline is because of the COVID-19 restrictions in 2020. So all categories, it will show a decline. In the whole category, for the 5 financial years, we have recorded a total of 50,000 in 18-19 as compared to the 52,694 charges in 2021-2022 financial years. The counting difference between the 5 financial years with an aggregate, it's 6,480 more cases in 2021-2022 financial year, which shows an increase of 14,000%. What I was explaining on the previous slide is depicted in this slide, which shows the period of April to June in 2018, April to June in 2019, up to April to June in 2022. The numbers are reflected with the percentage at the last column, which shows a decline. The color green is the decline in those categories. Again, if one can zoom into the period where we were at level 5, 4, and 3 of the COVID-19, only 7,296 charges were recorded as compared to the current status and the trend over the financial years preceding 2020 financial year, and the current status, which is shown in gray, April to June in 2022, where 11,855 charges were recorded, which, if compared to 2021, the same period, is a decline of 847 charges, which is a decline of 6.7%. The causative factors, in as far as the matters are concerned, it's those that are rape-related, segregated per province. We have recorded 5 in Eastern Cape, 0 in Free State, 1 in Gauteng, 12 in KwaZulu-Natal, 1 in Limpopo, Mpumalanga 0 and Northwest 4, Northern Cape 0 and Western Cape, the total of 24. The statistics that I have just presented is the recorded offenses that came to the attention of the department. The rape trends in the 5-year period, it's depicted with a graph that is the statistics that is showing the provinces, what different provinces has recorded. Between April and March in 2020-2021, with the counting difference that is depicted at the bottom in a percentage, where all provinces has recorded an increase with that decline that I was talking to of 2020 and 2021. The trend over the 3-month period, that is April to June 2021 and April to June in 2022, majority of the provinces are showing a decline in cases, with the exception of Northwest and Northern Cape, with 1.4% and 11% in the Northwest province. We have adopted the high crime or hotspots police station across the country, where the department is monitoring and put up the strategies to monitor the top 30 police stations in the whole country that are reflected on the slide. The highest being Inanda, which is in KwaZulu-Natal, followed by Lusukisiki in the Eastern Cape, Deft in the Western Cape, Empangeni in the KwaZulu-Natal, Toyando in Limpopo, Plesislayar in KwaZulu-Natal, Temba in Gauteng, Haniju, Gauteng, Mankweng in Limpopo, Eshowe in KwaZulu-Natal, Umlazi in KwaZulu-Natal, Ivory Park in Gauteng, KwaDukuza in KwaZulu-Natal, Seshego in Limpopo, Mbizana, Eastern Cape, Giyani, Limpopo, Bulubeju, Limpopo, Harare, Western Cape, Guguletu, Western Cape, Buitigong in Northwest, Gauteng, we have Mamelodi East, Orange Farm, GP, and Tsakane, Mfuleni in the Western Cape, again Gauteng in Diepsloot, East London in the Eastern Cape, Dujwa in the Eastern Cape, Kwamashu in KwaZulu-Natal, and Leboa-Kgomo. And the previous slide, it shows the provinces that were showing the increase. So if you look into the trends of the stations that have been identified as the hotspots, this picture of number of police stations and the number of reported crimes that are reflecting on this slide explains why those provinces are showing the increase in crime. Although on this slide you see some of the police stations reflecting the green number, which is the decline in reported cases, it's either on the measures that have been put in those police stations and our response at those particular police stations, because the intention is to show, monitor, put resources at this 30 high crime police station to reduce the incidents. It must, however, be noted, Mr. President, that The more the awareness campaigns, the more people become aware. It should be positive on the reporting. We need people to report the incidents because there are a lot of incidents that goes unreported. So the screen that is showing, it is in twofold. It's either the measures and the systems that are in place are assisting in response. Those that are in red, it may be that they have intensified the awareness campaigns and they are not turning back the victims when they report incidents. The places of occurrence as recorded from the statements that were provided by the victims or survivors of rape and the numbers of incidents per occurrence highlighted is residence of perpetrators or residence of victims. That includes residents known by victims, perpetrators, and this may be from the family, friends, or neighbors who has perpetuated this incident of rape. The numbers are very high in that space, hence the highlight, to indicate that the incidents that are coming from the known place of survivors and victims are high to the total of 3,780. Other places like public place, mode of transport, bus, cars and taxis, we have been over the years encountered challenges where victims will be ferried in a taxi and later on becomes victims. The agricultural land, farm, plot or small holdings, educational institutions, hotels, guest house, holiday resorts, liquor outlets, prison, sea, river, lake, pool or dam, public transport premises, bus transport premises, railway. The next slide shows the response of the government departments that are responding to incidents. In the Eastern Cape, persons who were convicted between 1 to 9 years are 69 on 14 cases that were presented to the National Prosecuting Authority, and there were 14 accused persons. Between 10 to 19 years, in the Eastern Cape, we have recorded 65 years out of 5 incidents or cases with 5 accused persons. Between 20 years and above, in the Eastern Cape, it's 20 in 1 case and 1 accused persons. The life sentences, Eastern Cape recorded 3 life sentences in 3 cases for 3 persons. So accused persons, it's 1 person on each case that were convicted to life imprisonment. The total for all provinces between 1 and 9 years, it's 879, my apology, which Gauteng reflecting more than 236 sentences and 25 persons between 1 and 9 years. Between 10 and 19 years, it's 1,063 combined sentences, over 76 cases, and 65 persons, accused persons. 20 years and above, it's 1,370 out of 41 accused persons, and life sentences, 54 out of 49 cases, and 46 persons are serving life. That is the period between April and June, the current financial year. The arrests on sexual offenses per province, 51 persons were arrested with Limpopo, with no one arrested in that period. And 135 cases, yes. The next slide depicts the conviction on serial rape dockets in Gauteng, where one offender was involved in 8 cases. He was convicted 8 life imprisonments and 70 years, where 2 offenders were involved in 2 cases, 2 life sentences and 168 years. 3 offenders in 3 cases, 30 years imprisonment. 4 offenders in 3 cases, 12 years imprisonment. 5 persons in 1 case, 3 life sentences and 12 years. 6 persons in 1 case, 30 years imprisonment. KwaZulu-Natal, 1 offender in 3 incidents, 85 years. 2 offenders in 2 incidents, 50 years. In Limpopo, 1 person in 2 incidents, 1 life plus 10 years imprisonment. Mpumalanga, 1 offender in 2 incidents, 2 life imprisonments. Northwest, 1 offender in 28 cases, 2 life and 242 years. 2 offenders in 2 cases, 2 lives and 40 years. 3 offenders in 2 cases, 60 years imprisonment. Western Cape, 1 offender in 2 cases, 45 years. 2 offenders in 2 cases, 8 years, and 3 offenders in 2 cases, it's 24 years. The convictions are already counted for in the total number of convictions finalized during April to June on the slide that is coming. And the conviction includes other crimes or offenses that occurred during the commission of these sexual offenses. Do I have time? No, it's finished. I am told that my time is limited. I am going to scroll to the last slide. On the actions of the gender-based violence desks and the number that have been implemented so far, the current progress is that all police stations establish the GBV desk across the country. The desk guidelines were also approved in June 2022, and the implementation plan is also approved and is underway. Audit has been kickstarted so far, and where there are no victim-friendly rooms at the police station, there are dedicated individuals that should utilize the separate space to address the victims. We have the DNA backlog that is widely communicated, which we started in the current financial year with 143,795, and to date, or at the beginning of October, we were standing at 81,291. I must indicate that the report of this backlog to date, it's 10,000 less. The budget, which is the slide that depicts the budget that the department has committed, which is about 30 million on youth, children, and vulnerable groups, 70 million allocated to provinces, and 30 million to FCS units. This is addition to what was the baseline budget for the program. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Musikili. Lieutenant General Musikili is a Deputy National Commissioner responsible for policing and overseeing all visible policing and operational environments, as well as protection security services. She's also takes over the role as co-chairperson of the National Joint Operations and Intelligence, the NET joints, in addition to her roles. She's also overseeing the crime detection environment. We are here for this. We are going to go into these rooms that we are going to go to. We will interrogate the crime stats if people feel that the information presented is not. And then the police will be able to explain to us, how the crime stats, how they compile them, so that we move from the same baseline. I would like to call over Professor Naima Abrams, who is the Director of the Gender and Health Resource Unit of the South African Medical Research Council, who's worked in the area of GBV research for more than 30 years, and her research focuses on the intersections between GBVF and health, and she's led the National Femicide Research Studies in South Africa, which provide us with the statistics that 3 South African women are killed by their partners every day in South Africa. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay. Right. How do I move it myself? Green one. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I greet you in the name of peace, and please accept that all protocol has been observed. I'm going to talk about the work that we've done on femicide research. I'm not going to tell you in detail that femicide is the most extreme form of violence. It has consequences that is societal wide. We have all heard about that over the many years that we've been trying to deal with the problem of femicide. I'm going to talk about 3 dedicated studies that were done in South Africa to describe femicide in our country nationally. To date, this is the only gender-based violence national data that we have to describe gender-based violence in South Africa. So just to describe it quickly, we started the studies to describe femicide in 1999. We repeated it 10 years later to talk about femicide, to look at femicide in the country in 2009. We repeated it, our most recent one is 2017 that I'm going to present, and I acknowledge that that is almost 4 years ago. And I also want to say that currently we're in the field to collect data on COVID. In the 2017 data study, we were able to talk about the provinces, and I hope to show that to you as well. So very, very briefly, we need to understand what it is that we measure and how we define femicide. I know this is a very contested issue about what is femicide. We basically keep it as simple as the murder of women because they are women. We very particularly focus on only 2. We recognize there are many types of femicide, but our study, we focus on 2 main types. The one is being killed by an intimate partner, and you can read what we include all there. And the second one is being killed by somebody who's not an intimate partner. So those are strangers, acquaintances, work colleagues, and people like that. We also talk and we also collect data on a rape murder or sexual femicides, and this is when there was a murder and there was evidence that sexual violence has also occurred. So, very briefly, how we do this. We have two phases. We start with using a sample of mortuaries. So we start with women's bodies, women that are killed. We collect the data at the mortuaries, we collect the woman's age, and we collect one very critical information, and that is the CAS number, which we take into phase 2. In phase 2, we speak to police, the investigating officer who investigated that, or who we hope have investigated that crime. And from the police interview, where data is extracted from the docket, we're able to identify whether that woman who were killed by an intimate partner or by somebody else. So please remember, it's a very intensive process, and we have to do this because our data is not linked between police, between mortuaries, and between justice systems. So, I want for us to look at this flow chart very quickly. I'm going to present the 3 studies over the 3 period, and I'm presenting the numbers. However, what I want you to focus on is the yellow highlighted sections. I want us to recognize that when we go to, we have got this number of bodies. 2,407 women were killed in our country in 2017. We now go to the police. We try and find the investigation for each of that case. In 2017, there were 30% of the women killed. The police were not able, we were not able to identify an investigation. We could not find a docket. It's possible that it was there, but it's misfiled. There's many reasons. That's another presentation. Also then, the second set is that once we get to the police, and now we do the interview, and we ask them, do you know who's the perpetrator? Again, sorry, this is the perpetrator. 30% of perpetrators not known. But the first one was 15% of the cases a docket. We could not find a docket. So I want you to remember that as we go into our commissions, because there's a huge area of work that we need to do in terms of improving access to data when we have to describe femicide in our country. Okay, so this is the figures across the 3 years. I've got 3 clusters of bars. The first cluster, we look at 99. The second is 2009, and the last one is 2017. There's actually a good story here. Can you see the decline in 99 from 3,793 women murdered in our country? And in 2009, we see a decrease to 2,300. We see a very similar level. So the dark green is all women killed. Let's go to the second bar. The second bar is intimate partner femicide, women killed by their partners. Again, we saw 1,500 in 99. We saw a decrease in 2009, and we saw a further decrease in 2017. Now remember, these are absolute numbers. The very last light green bar refers to women killed by non-intimate perpetrators. So one of the main messages here, other than that we see that there is a decline from 99, but we also see that actually the caseload with police hasn't increased. Police over these years, actually from 2009 until 2017, were investigating around about the same amount of murder cases. So the caseloads had not. So what we hope to see is that they have improved in the way they do investigations. So again, I want you to remember these are absolute numbers, and usually this is not the best way to really look at decline and changes. The most important thing over this period is that our population of women in our country has changed. The size of the population of women 14 years and older has increased by 36%. We need to take this into account when we want to really look at the change over time. So the next slide is where we take into account the change in the population. These are the numbers that I'm showing intimate partner femicides. And this is a slide where I'm now showing rates. So rates is where we take the absolute number and we divide it by the number of women in the population. Again, what we're seeing, I'm showing you overall femicide in the country over the 3 studies, over 18 years. The middle cluster is intimate, and the last one is non-intimate. The red bar is our global rate. So we are seeing a decline, and we see a really nice, consistent decline, particularly for intimate femicide. We don't see the same dramatic decline for overall femicide. Our rate remains 5 times the global rate, both for overall femicide and intimate partner femicide. So here is a good story. However, our numbers are still huge. We still have a very, very big problem. Here are the provincial rates, and this is only for 2017. Our previous studies, our sample was not enough. Okay, so what do we see? The bright orange provinces are the ones that have particularly high rates of femicide and intimate femicide, and Eastern Cape, unfortunately, is our province that has more than twice the national rate. 22.3 per 100,000 women were killed in 2017 in the Eastern Cape. I'm sure you're looking at each of your provinces and see how much of a problem we have in each province. Our province with the lowest rate is Limpopo, 4.9 per 100,000, across all 3 types of femicides. However, it remains twice the global rate. Intimate femicide, also twice the global rate. I think this is very important as we go forward and we think about how we work within provinces. I'm actually not going to spend time on this slide because the General has spoken and told us about female murder. The main thing that I want to say is that police are not, only started disaggregating murder from 2019 onward, from 2016 onward. And we actually are, this is police, this is not the femicide study, this is police data. And we actually, our concern is what's happening after 2017. And we are getting anecdotal evidence that there's an increase in the murder of women after 2017. And I think this is what the General also showed us. Here we're talking about the first quarter, April, May and June, SAPS data comparing 2021 with 2022, so literally a few months ago. And here we see, on the left, we see adult women, a 53% increase in murder of adult women. So I don't know whether these are intimate or non-intimate. Sound has gone back. Okay. Similarly for children, very often we see the same thing for children. A increase in the murder of children if we compare it with last year at the same time. So no complacency. We are going backwards, it seems, in terms of femicide. Firearms. So we looked at firearms, whether a woman was killed by firearms. Again, I'm showing, comparing the 3 studies and comparing intimate and non-intimate. We saw a fantastic decline from about 30% of women killed by a firearm in 1999. We saw it drop to 20%, and now it's stabilizing. But we're seeing an increase among women killed by non-intimates. And we believe that that initial decline was at the time when we implemented the Firearms Control Act. That happened from early 2000. and we saw an impact on the Firearms Control Act. I'm asking all of us, that is a policy, a legislation that is working. Let's strengthen it. We are going backwards with the increase that we're seeing among non-intimates. So, when this is now talking only about the woman killed by intimate partners, we ask the police, do you know whether there was a history of intimate partner violence in this woman that were killed by her partner? And we see that it used to be around about 30% in the first two studies, and it's declined. Only 28% of the police who were able to tell us that this intimate part, where we know the partner was intimate, did they have in their docket that the woman had, there was a previous intimate partner violence case against the perpetrator. That's a missed opportunity. We should have been able to save that woman. Convictions is the next set of bars. And here we see convictions has also changed. We see in 99, and here I'm comparing intimate and non-intimate, we actually see a decrease in conviction in 2009, and now we are seeing an increase. Again, there is maybe a better story. In 2017, we are seeing better convictions. We expect it because they're not dealing with more cases, are they? So, basically, in our country, intimate partner violence is the lead cause of women being killed in our country. At the moment, 52% of the women killed in our country is killed by intimate partner. Here, I'm looking at provinces, and I'm looking at where whether women are killed by intimate partner and non-intimate partner. I want you just to focus in on Northern Cape. In Northern Cape, 67% of the women killed there are killed by intimate partner. That's more than the national. Similarly with Mpumalanga, 60% of the women killed in Mpumalanga in 2017 were killed by an intimate. Again, this is very important for us to know in terms of how to deal and how to work within provinces. So in conclusion, just before I'm going to talk about the prevention strategy, I want to say, even though we have seen a decline over 18 years, 3 women are still killed in our country. 1,024 women were killed by a partner, and that were known by police in 2017. We have made some progress over the 18 years. We have seen how gun control has helped and decrease the violence by firearms. We need to continue to do that. I think what we are showing is femicide is preventable. The action by the people in this room, policymakers, advocates, all the programmers, the work that you are doing are making an impact on femicide. There's some evidence that we're regressing, and so we really can't stop. We need to continue to do so that we can continue to see a decline in femicide. We've also seen that this method, this study of watching femicide over time, is a really useful tool for monitoring. The last couple of slides, I just want to talk about the development of a national integrated femicide prevention strategy that were done by us at the MRC. This strategy is meant to be integrated into the NSP. We've been waiting for a year, so I'm making a call that the strategy be accepted, please, by Cabinet so that it can be integrated. We've been waiting for a year for the strategy to go onto the table. So I hope that after today that will happen. So I'm not going to tell you a lot about the strategy because the document is available, but number one is we have a clearly definition of what is femicide. I'm not going to read it out, but you can see that we're talking about it. We're talking about it broadly. We decided to go broad but also to acknowledge and to recognize that there are different types of femicide. And here I'm just giving one example, that if a transgender person gets killed, that person and raped, that person is a femicide of a transgender person. It's a femicide of sexual violence, a non-partner form of femicide. And that is recognized in the strategy, that we recognize all forms. Finally, I'm not going to read this out, but these are the 5 strategic objectives. We made it very simple. We made it to do within 5 years. And the main thing, I'm not going to read it out, is for us to really strengthen our capacity to prevent femicide, and that is by working across all the systems in the country. I think that is the end. I just want to acknowledge that behind each and every number, every woman, there is a person that were killed and that died, and there's a family that are suffering the consequences. Thank you very much.
So much. Give her a round of applause again for bringing evidence. She has definitely shown us that there has been a decline in femicide from 1999 to 2017. And obviously her figures are going to be different from those of the police because those are reported cases. And here evidence from research is good because you can be able to get a random sample and be deliberate about finding the cases, as she has shown with regard to the method that she has actually used. And she also reminds us of the fact that femicide rates in South Africa are higher than the global level. What was interesting is that she's been able to track this thing over 3 periods. What will be interesting in terms of the femicide, National Integrated Femicide Prevention Strategy, she will be able to tell us what were those factors that contributed to the decline that we can now implement. So with those words, I would like to move on to the next session. I'm going to introduce here Eusebius Makeza. You can come this side, please. He's a South African political analyst, a journalist, and a broadcaster who is a prolific public intellectual. And among others, he has written for the Mail and Guardian, the Sunday Times Foreign Policy, the Guardian of Britain, and the New York Times, and the Business Day, where he used to have a weekly column. But before he does that, we're going to have a video, and the panelists who are supposed to be on stage need to come this side so that we can be able to wire you, so people can be able to hear what you're saying. And here I'm talking about Minister Maite Nkwana Mashabane, Minister Beki Cele, Minister Ronald Lamola, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Mapisa Ngakula, and also the Speaker of, the Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Nondumiso Nzibande. Did I make a mistake? Okay.
Representing here, we as female is standing up for our rights.
The call for the private sector to fund the fight against gender-based violence intensified, hence hashtag Santon Shutdown.
The 1st of August was a protest around the country, marches that highlighted the scourge of violence. We marched on the union buildings, we marched on Parliament in Cape Town, we marched on Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein.
We have listened very carefully to the 24 demands that were put forward in August, and a number of those, the steering committee, as has been led by Dr. Olive Chisana in my office, is looking very closely at how best we can address and fulfill those.
Those 24 demands form the basis of the discussions that we had at the summit, and consequently, we had a national strategic plan that had 6 pillars.
The National House will continue to engage and collaborate with the department on fighting GBVF in our country.
The GBVF Response Fund 1 was born out of the urgent need to curb the twin pandemic to COVID, that is gender-based violence and femicide.
So what the women of our country are saying is not landing on deaf ears. We hear as a government, and we will live up to making the lives of our women better.
The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is mandated to lead on socio-economic transformation and implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth and persons with disabilities through mainstreaming, advocacy, monitoring and evaluation. The department initiated interventions with key sectors where faith-based community, taxi drivers, men, tackling alcohol, schools and tertiary institutions have been piloted.
It is our collective problem, men and women, all of us as South Africans, and it requires multifaceted and society-wide responses.
What we said as an organization, as the Shared Value Africa Initiative, we will create campaigns to create awareness so that ordinary citizens in the street can see how bad gender-based violence actually is.
The prevention strategy, seen as the engine of the implementation of the NSP on GBVF, was developed over 9 months through an extensive national consultation process.
Other visionary and progressive faith-based organizations with the aim of conscientizing and equipping the faith sector as a key role player in
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eusebius McKaiser, as introduced. I'm a political analyst and a broadcaster. I'm honored to be facilitating this conversation. I was going to say joyous, but that's the wrong word to use. We have an opportunity over the next 2 years to make some progress in problem solving what sometimes seems like intractable differences between civil society and the state, as well as really depressing statistics that do not really change much. Even the stats we've just heard, consultants might describe it as directionally correct, declines in some areas from a directional point of view, if you look at some of the graphs. But one rape, one femicide is one too many, and South Africa remains, sadly, one of the most violent countries outside of a war zone, and that is the accountability we want to focus on. The session over the next hour or so, in one sense, is very simple, in another not. The dominant theme, one of the 3 A's that have gathered us here, is accountability. And accountability is fundamentally what the conversation with each of my panel members will be about. I'm going to introduce them presently. The idea is to find out what has happened since the last time there was a gathering, there was a commitment to certain goals having to be realized, and then obviously to chart a way forward to make sure that we do better. I don't think anyone can rationally describe South Africa as a country for women or girls in particular, and many other categories of vulnerable peoples. And the real success criterion for me of this summit is whether we make headway in reducing the chances of that kind of description about South Africa one day no longer applying. But as we meet here, I think we all know that this remains a country that is not a country in which women, children, and many others who are vulnerable can walk around safely. My panel member consists of a number of ministers: the Minister of Women, Youth, Persons with Disability, Minister Maite Nkwana-Mashabane, the Minister of Police, Minister Becky Cele, the Minister of Justice, Ronald Lamola, as well as the Speaker of the National Assembly, very important as well, Ms. Mapisa Nkakula, and we also have a civil society representative in Ms. Nondumiso Nsibande. Can we please welcome them to this conversation? We're going to have a conversation. I know there's been a little bit of different communications with each of my panel members. We are behind schedule, but I want this conversation to have as much texture as possible. So I'm going to ask the ministers in particular, even if you have been miscommunicated with, to keep the speeches to a minimum, and let's rather have a conversation around some of the substantive issues. I will ask some prompt questions, and then at some point we have roving mics. I will come to the floor so that you have an opportunity to either make a statement or to ask a direct question. You are the experts, not me, but I'm going to kickstart the process with a couple of questions that I think are important. And maybe the first question I can ask is to you, Minister Nkwana-Mashabane, and perhaps give you an opportunity to tell us what you are proud of, if anything. When I look at those stats as a South African that we've just heard, it seems to me a good case for being depressed and to try and buy a ticket to another country if you can afford it. And so it raises the question, if you are part of this government, what would be 3 or 4 things that are indisputable that 1,500 activists could not disagree with are achievements in making headways to eliminate GBVF? Minister.
You can clap if you want. Program Director, Mr. Makaiser. Yes. As a former diplomat, and always a diplomat, I am not about to get a ticket to nowhere, to no part of anywhere, part of the world, because there is no place like home. Here in South Africa, in the less than 30 years, we've dealt with many, many problems, starting with moving from being a skunk before 1994 to one of the most celebrated countries, together with the leadership of the presidency, the ministers, the panelists, civil society. This is the South Africa we know. This is the South Africa we have been part of creation of, and this is the South Africa we will stand side by side to defend. What are the things that makes me very proud of being a South African is that when we have a problem, we do not run away or look the other way. We deal with our problems. 2018 has happened with the first GBVF summit led by this president, Excellency Ramaphosa. We are now on the second summit with the National Strategic Plan, which is been running for the past 2 to 3 years. By 2018, all those things did not happen. Now we are going down to make the NSP known and be taken serious up to the local level, working together with Department of that regulates DTM, COGTA, and Minister Dlamini Zuma, so that our people live this. There is no culture. I love my culture. There's no culture that says kill women, kill children, and so on, so on. We need to practice real cultural norms that we know that our people love, like the one we celebrated over the weekend. There was no woman or child slaughtered there, but the function went on very well under the leadership of you, Mr. President. The National Strategic Plan is our way to go to deal with national gender violence and femicide. The better way, as AU, as the UN expect of us. Yes, let me admit where we've gone wrong. We are one of the few countries where many women die in a situation that is not necessarily a war situation. We're not in a war situation. South Africa is not fighting a war with another country. So there is no need for our children to feel unsafe in the streets and women to feel unsafe in their bedrooms. They need to walk the streets, be wherever they want to be, because women in this country, something different, something unique about South Africans is that South African women, be those in parliament or those in the civil society, we fought for freedom, side by side. So we need to get to afford to work together. This summit that talks to the theme says there is no more room for us to work in silos. The pillars, key of the pillars is accountability, coordination, and leadership must come from us, and advocacy. When I say us, I mean women, youth, and people with disabilities. Prevention and rebuilding social cohesion, justice, safety, and protection. This is what these departments in front of us should do. Response, care, support, and healing, health, and social development are key departments to work on that. Research and information management, our monitoring and evaluation will help us do those things. So that's why I'm going nowhere soon.
Thank you, Minister. I'll give you a chance to engage, don't worry. Also, ministers, you can remain seated or come to the podium. You don't have to come to the podium. I do have 2 questions I want to ask you. I mean, you can remain seated. I'm genuinely interested, I mean this sincerely. As a woman in South Africa, how free do you feel? That's the first question. And the second question, I'm just an analyst. I don't set up structures and processes, so maybe I'm a bit naive. But I would dearly love to know, how long does it take to set up a national council on GBV?
As a South African woman, a mother, I know that many women and many young women and children feel unsafe because Minister of Police will tell us more about the gun law. What has gone wrong with how we regulate who owns and who doesn't? Where is the GBVF Council? We have traversed this route together, meaning as governments and civil society. We have taken this request or this program to the civil society, yes, or through the civil society, through cabinet, and from cabinet it went through, and it is now the process which has gone through, even through Netlick, has gone to now Parliament, and Speaker would take us forward on how do we, and we will. This is the last leg of where it should be. We're a democratic country. We wouldn't just wake up one day and say we have a council. But we have walked all the steps that we needed to, and we are on the last lap of the council. We will have a national council on gender-based violence and femicide. Parliament is going to adopt it the way it adopts all other bills. And we have our national speaker with us here in the House today. We have our civil society here. You want answers? You are going to get them soon, because we have walked all the steps that we needed to. We hope before the end of this financial year.
Okay. Thanks, Minister. Okay, there was a bit of noise, but the Minister's last answer, so you've got a date, is by the end of this financial year. It's okay. Thanks, Minister. Now, the gender-based violence and femicide challenge have got many different dimensions. Obviously, we'll get into some of the deeper social malaise that explains why men like myself rape and kill, and the toxic masculinities underpinning it. But one of the big breakout themes that we will be tackling over the next 2 days is justice. And that's why I'm delighted that such an important part of the justice cluster and the justice value chain is with us on the panel as well. I want to ask the Minister of Police to address us. Minister, just keep it to 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll have a conversation. But there is, just give me a chance. I do want to direct the Minister just around 1 or 2 questions. I'm a bit baffled, and I don't have a view on this because I can't speak from ignorance. Part of me wants to be excited that the DNA backlog is slashed, if that graph is to be believed, by 60% plus. And then there's another part of me, and I'm being utterly honest, that perpetually distrusts police stats. And so one of the questions, Minister, that I'd like you to answer, besides telling me what policing have done towards eliminating GBVF since 2018, I would also like you to answer specifically the following question. Can you make available the raw data and the methodology for how that stat is collated and put together? Because in order to have maximum transparency and to know whether the experiences of civil society, why there seems to be a gap between what activists tell me as I was preparing for today's moderation and those stats, something is amiss. Either the stats are not hygienic or activists are lying about the extent of the problem. So I want to know whether you can make available publicly for researchers and for activists to pressure test your raw data, your input data, and your methodology. Yeah, you'll have to use the podium, Minister.
Can you hear me?
No.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Technicians did not help me. Good morning, program directors. Good morning, Mr. President, my colleagues. Good morning, the activists, and every one of us here. There is just one slide I would love to go back that was shown here by Lieutenant General Musigiti, where he was talking about the arrest of 1, 2, 3. It made some kind of a noise. What maybe was not understood is that those 1, 2 few people were serial rapists, not rapists. Yes. Well, we can still show that. We can still show that slide or talk on it. But those from different provinces, we say we have arrested 2 serial rapists, not people that rape in that particular province. So that was the explanation. Having said so, you asked the question, you raised the question about DNA and the raw data collection. We can share that. We can work together in understanding that raw data that is usually picked up from by the detectives from the crime scene using buccal samples that we have managed to keep them at all stations. At the present moment, all stations they collect, and is taken to different laboratories, working on the data, especially on 4 laboratories in the country. And those laboratories will be Cape Town, Pretoria, KZN in Mazimdoti, and Gallagher. We have had a serious problem of the backlog of DNA, which last April was 241,000. That backlog has been slashed as we speak now to 71,000. With the full hope that come January, we'll do away with backlog, we'll deal with backlog, and begin to deal with the new entrants that will help us to fast-track the results of the abused, raped, and murdered women. We have put mechanism, we have strengthened the laboratories. More people have been employed, especially in Western Cape and here in Pretoria. Contracts has been signed. For some reason, some people allow those contracts to lapse. 16 of them, they've been signed, and we're monitoring them that they never lapse again. Machines have been improved. New machines have been bought. More money has been put in laboratories. Even the money for overtime. We're working on double shifts instead of 1 shift. We're working on 2 shifts. We're working towards having the 3 shifts so that people are able to finish the backlog quick. The laboratory of Gallagher will be finalized, will be finished come February, and will be fully fledged 1st of April. There are people that are on training as we speak. 54 people that are working there in that laboratory as we speak. 22 of them are on the new training. 24 of them are trained. We have recruited 200 graduates of BSc that are working in these laboratories so that we put the full capacity. But when it comes to the issue of the gender-based violence and the capacity, strengthening the capacity of working, last Fridays, we have graduated 194 graduates. Most of them are forensics. There are LLBs. so that they're at the stations where they take the first statement, so that the statement take us to the court and all that. We're working with criminologists so that they can begin to understand the status of that particular station when it comes to crime. We are improving our working relationship with the organization out there. We're working with State South Africa. Prof, that was here. We have spoken before how are we going to work together, because we believe that if we work with everybody, our results will be much better. So that's what we are doing. And we have started on prevention as the police. We have had several Izimbizo talking to Amadoda only, trying to work with them to find out what is the problem, how can they help us, because we believe that until men, they take the decision, until men are corrected to stop these things, this thing won't stop. So it would be better to speak to the relevant people, which are men. We have had one in Khayelitsha, we had one in Mpumalanga. We'll be going, talking to men, and make sure how we take everybody on board. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you, Minister. I've got a few more questions, but I'll come back to them in our discussion. I want to give the other panelists an opportunity as well. Minister Lamola, we have, pun intended, criminally low conviction rates in the country. And when we interrogate where the bottlenecks are as analysts, as activists, there's often a ping-pong match between policing and the court system. The courts, obviously, prosecutors can only work with what is in front of them. But despite that, we also know that there are other problems that are specific to the justice cluster, such as women finding themselves experiencing secondary forms of victimization, harms being reinscribed as a result of the entire justice system not being survivor-focused and survivor-centric. I wonder whether you can speak to that, and also, in the spirit of accountability, give us a frank self-assessment, as you see it, of what you have done and haven't done since 2018.
Thank you very much, Program Director and the President of the Republic of South Africa. Amatoso is still ongoing trial. The process is ongoing. And he has been denied bail on several occasions. In the last period since the 2018, 3 key amendments in terms of the GBVF issues, bills were put through, and the President has signed them into law. 2 of them are already operational, and they are a product of the last summit. They were demanded by the summit that the government must put these amendments, and as the government, we responded by putting the amendments through. In an unprecedented way, in a period of 2 years, we've been able to put the acts through. And we want to thank all South Africans and all the civil societies who participated in the process to make it possible. In terms of the Section 55A of the Criminal Law Sexual Offences Religious Amendment Act of 2007, I've also recently designated courts for regional divisions where sexual offences courts can be established. In response to the Program Director, these sexual offences courts have a catalogue of survivor support services to include reasonable accommodation for barriers-free access to justice for survivors, including people with disabilities. We have also increased in that period from the 2018. The NPA has increased the national spread of the Tutuzela care centers from 55 to 61. The Tutuzela care centers attached to the sexual offences courts dispense a continuum of medico-legal, psychological and court support services, so as to place the victims at the center of the justice system. The NPA has also recently redesigned the Tutuzela Care Center model and amplified its mandate to reach out to diversified survivors of GBV. For instance, survivors of domestic violence can now report cases to the Tutuzela Care Centers. These are some of the demands that also came out of the summit. So we have been implementing the strategic framework as it came out of this, and as the government, we have been responsive to these challenges. With this link, Program Director, between the TCCs and the sexual offences courts, in the previous financial year, the national conviction rate in sexual offences reached 76.7%. Because of the continuum of cooperation between the witnesses, the community, the victims, and the NPA, the police, doctors, and all experts that can help us to convict the offenders. This is work that is ongoing, and we also want to thank the role of civil society, particularly NGOs that are based in these Tutuzela Care Centers. They play a very central role in supporting the victims, also in helping them go through the criminal justice system. Gradually, the system is responsive to these challenges of the victims. And lastly, with regards to the laws that we had to put in place, firstly, it was the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act 2021, came into operation on the 5th of August 2022. It was also a demand of the last summit. This amendment introduces virtual proceedings. It permits witnesses, whether inside or outside the country, to testify through audio-visual link. It may now be possible to prevent unreasonable delays, secondary victimization, and also save cost and time. The second amendment relates to the Domestic Violence Amendment Act, also of 2021. It's also a product of the last summit. It also seeks to increase accessibility to justice services and also as soon as it becomes operational. As we speak today, we have a pilot court in Durban, the Durban Port, which is a model court that we expect to replicate across the country, where you can apply for a domestic violence amendment form, order virtually, where you can access various virtual services through the digitized platforms, which were enabled by this amendment of the Domestic Violence Amendment Act. The last one is the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act of 2021, which was also demanded by the last summit. So we have delivered all the laws that we were instructed to by the last strategic framework and the last summit. And for that, we also want to thank the President for having accepted on time these laws. This, in particular, amendment also deals with convicted sex offenders are now registered in the National Register for Sex Offenders. This is to ensure that the registered sex offenders are not permitted to work or conduct business in an environment that will give them access to vulnerable persons. So these are the things that we have done since the last summit, and we continue to work with all stakeholders to deliver on the strategic framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I want to invite the Speaker of the National Assembly to give us a few remarks. And the central question, Minister, I guess is an obvious one. It should not be left up to civil society organizations, the media, and Chapter 9 institutions alone to hold government accountable. Besides passing laws, the fundamental reason why MPs exist is to hold your counterparts in cabinet responsible, and that's a crucial part of your constitutional mandate. I hope that in 2-3 minutes you speak to us before we have a more dynamic conversation. You can bring us up to date and tell us what Parliament is doing to make sure that we get some traction in achieving the National Strategic Plan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director. You gave me 2 minutes. I want to start by saying to all of us that one of the things which we should really recognize and appreciate is the fact that the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa is a people's parliament. I'm saying this is a people's parliament because we started by passing a constitution which was informed, amongst others, by a Charter for Women's Rights, which was a process that was embarked upon by the women of South Africa to put forward what they want to see in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We also have a Bill of Rights, which also encompasses the rights of women, which are recognized as human rights. Not only that, I think number 11 of that Bill of Rights talks to the right to life. And therefore, as women, we do have a right to live. Chairperson, allow me to say this, that I think that with everything which has been said earlier on, and having listened to the speakers about the incidents of gender-based violence, the statistics thereof, but also incidents of femicide and the numbers and what we see in the provinces, it is therefore even more important for us that we gather in this forum and engage one another so that there is no misunderstanding about what it is that we need to do. I do want to say, Program Director, that I said South Africa has a people's parliament. We've had women's parliaments, which are organized by Parliament itself, particularly the office of the Deputy Chair of the NCOP. We've had a review of the Women's Charter, which was led by Parliament. We've had the Men's Parliament, led by the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly. We've also had a Children's Parliament. So I really believe that interaction and collaboration with public service is one area that we're trying very hard, we're striving to do. Now, the pieces of legislation mentioned earlier on by Minister Lamula, obviously those pieces of legislation are generated from government departments, and civil society makes its input through public, public comments, and then finally they are passed by Parliament. And therefore, our responsibility, having passed all of the laws that you have referred to, having made reference to some of the things which are happening, our responsibility is to ensure that there is accountability, that there is monitoring, and that there is action. And of course, one way of ensuring that there's accountability, it is to ensure that members of the executive are invited to Parliament. Members of Parliament also reach out to members of the executive through the government departments and monitor whether decisions, amongst others, which are taken here at this forum are in fact implemented. I know that we may not necessarily be satisfied and happy about some of the decisions, with all decisions taken in 2018, but certainly a lot of the laws which have been passed, which were mentioned by Minister Lamula, were as a result of that interaction between government and civil society, and therefore the needs of our civil society. Allow me to stop there, Chairperson. Safe to say, and I want to say this, please allow me. One of the areas we seem to be, all of us, we're not talking about, and I get a sense that we tend to avoid it. I've had an opportunity of working in a correctional services environment, and I can attest to the fact that a number of women who are serving long sentences, such as life and 15 plus years, are women who are there because, firstly, they were subjected to abuse by their partners, and they've had at some point to find a way of retaliating. Number two, some of the women you'll find, yes, I do agree that with what the program director said earlier on, that General Sikalili, that in some instances it is greed. But can I just say this, Chairperson, and I think we must engage on this thing both as men and women. Scores of women who are serving life in our correctional facilities, who are inmates, are women who have been subjected to gender-based violence. Some of them are in there because at some point they've had to retaliate, they've had to fight for themselves, and unfortunately it ends up with a death or somebody on the floor. And when that happens, the woman is given a trial, is put on trial, and of course you are sentenced to a long term, because our laws determine that we should not take law into our hands. But you know what? If we are not acting timeously, and if we are not acting speedily, in a manner such that the woman, as she walks out of a police station or as she walks out of a court where the victim appeared, if we don't do that, then you are going to find more women filling in those facilities, serving time for fighting for themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. By the way, just out of interest, just a show of hands amongst my panelists. Who amongst my panelists, and if the answer is yes, just put up your hand, supports the decriminalization of sex work? I'm just curious.
Let me answer that one.
There seems to be a generational divide on the enthusiasm.
Thank you very much. I do believe that many of you here do work with the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development on this work, on the pending publishing of the bill on the decriminalization of sex work. And once all the processes in Cabinet are done, it will be published. Most of you have made inputs, and he has made that commitment. The Deputy Minister has made that commitment. Yeah, it will be done. It will be done before the end of the year or early next year.
Nondumiso, I'd like to invite you to come and address us. And I guess I've got a couple of questions, but you can pick and choose what you want to answer and just speak for about 3-4 minutes as our only civil society rep. The one question I have is just to outline the kinds of work so that we have a sense of it for the record of what civil societies are doing against all odds in our communities. But I also want to ask you two critical questions. How can we improve the relationship between civil society and the state? Because there seems to be still distrust. And the other critical question I wanted to ask you is, civil society organizations, and please let me finish the question, many of you will disagree. Civil society organizations are a microcosm of society at large. You are often on the correct side morally of many public policy issues, but it doesn't mean that you don't reproduce some of those toxicities, rape culture, hierarchies, masculinity. Is there work that civil society organizations also need to do, because you can simultaneously skewer the state and also be honest about the ways in which civil society organizations themselves still have a lot to do to be safer spaces? Whichever you want.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Eusebius, and all protocol observed. I'm not sure if this is a bit high. Can I move it now? Thank you so much. Again, you've asked me to talk about what civil society has done in addressing gender-based violence. And I think in order for us to do that, I need to contextualize this. So allow me a moment to do that. I will have to, and I recognize that there has been multiple efforts by civil society to call for the state to take leadership, to account in addressing gender-based violence. It goes way beyond the 1st of August 2018, so there's been multiple efforts to do that. And of course, when we get to the 1st of August, under the banner of the total shutdown, a lot of women and gender non-conforming persons marched to various points, and they called for government to take leadership and to account for addressing gender-based violence. From there, the very same civil society asked for a gender summit, gender-based violence summit. It ultimately led to that. We were still there. We then moved towards the launch, the development of the National Strategic Plan. We were still there as civil society organizations. We then had the launch of the National Strategic Plan itself. We were still there. I must also mention that prior to the launch in April, there was an announcement of the hard lockdown. As civil society organizations, we were on the coal face. We were still there. We talk about the implementation of the National Strategic Plan. I can talk about a number of organizations in the room that have been involved in the implementation of the National Strategic Plan at different points, from conducting research, from providing shelters, even with minimal financial resources. We were still there. We are still here today. We are still here today. And we are calling for accountability, so we are still here today. Allow me, Eusebius, for a moment, just to also make a very important distinction. You talked about accountability, and that's really critical. Now, when we talk about state accountability, we're talking about a duty bearer. We are talking about particular obligations that exist in relation to promoting, respecting, fulfilling human rights. Those are clear in the Constitution. So ultimately, the state has the responsibility to account. We are still here. We are here for the next 2 days to understand what has the state done to address gender-based violence. And rightly so, Eusebius, you asked the question, what has happened to the National Council on Gender-Based Violence? We are still waiting for that response, because a part of our role as civil society, amongst other things, and Sibongile touched on this, is to hold the state accountable. And so we are still going to ask in the next 2 days, what has been done across the pillars? We are also similarly going to ask, what has happened to the fund, the Gender-Based Violence Fund? Allow me for a second to make reference to what I learned in the last few days. Some people refer to this as the Purple Book. This we cannot afford to walk or not make reference to, so I don't want to quote outside of this book. And this is the National Strategic Plan. It is quite clear on page 59 that the state has an obligation to fund the structure. And that the National Gender-Based Violence Fund with resources mobilized from National Treasury, development partners and private sector. So we will ask again, what has happened to the council? What has happened to the fund? That ideally resources were supposed to have been mobilized by Treasury. So back again, I want to stress accountability is very important, but we need to understand that accountability is markedly different for different actors. For the state, it is clear in the Constitution, and I've touched on some of the pieces of work that civil society organizations are doing today in relation to the pillars. We remain committed, we are committed to that, and we are still committed to holding the state to account for that. I think I've taken long. I'll address the other questions later.
Do we have roving mics? I want to get them to ask questions. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to ask the technical team whether we can get some roving mics around. I'm looking at the clock, we started late, so I've got the horrible job of needing to be efficient so that we can have both accountability but also not rob you of the subsequent sessions, including the presidential address. So I'm going to ask you to be un-South African and keep it pithy. Get straight to the point, no prefacing before you ask your question. And so if we can get that ready, that would be fantastic. While we're getting the mics ready or set them up, I will ask Minister Nkwana Mashabane just to respond to specifically this question. Come on, guys. Hold on. You cannot ask, I'm sorry. I have to, as a moderator, I'm here to ask questions of all actors. Civil society is also an actor that acts on society. But more importantly, if you're going to ask the government what happened to 1.6 billion, you better ask them to answer it.
President had made a call, His Excellency, that we need to set aside from our individual budgets, departments, 1.6 billion. So these success stories that you've had, Minister Lamula referring to, Minister Cyril referring to, the Speaker referring to, we do not have another slush fund outside the support of this set aside. The 1.6 billion was set aside but was not put in a different structure. But we utilize that to bring about that which you said should happen.
So there's no, Minister, there's no 1.6, there's just...
The 1.6 is as Minister Cele accounts. Maybe you should be asking, how much did you utilize? How magically did he come to where we are now? From the 241,000, it's responding to what the call of the president in the first summit. How did we go through these three acts that we are now going to be utilizing, which Minister Lamula referred to? We utilize funds that are set aside, and there is advocacy and monitoring and evaluation on what funds of government get used for. We also appreciate that as South Africans, even through COVID, Mr. President, we worked with the civil society through webinars, through personal contacts, to make sure that that which we commit to, that which we committed to, through the NSP continues. But 4 years had not resolved all our problems. My speaker had said to us, women are also serving somewhere where they do not belong because they've been pushed that way. So we've had the first summit. We are moving into the second layer of the implementation of the NSP, which is an outcome of that summit. We are saying we need to accelerate, amplify now, so that we move to action and more action of implementation of our NSP. Thank you.
Are you clear on where the 1.6 is? Okay, we've got mics here and there. We'll just alternate it. We'll take a round of interventions, to my right and then the mic on my left, and we'll just take as many as we can in the time that we have remaining.
Hi, my name is Mandisa Kanyile. Thank you very much to the panel for addressing us. We are still not answered around the issue of the council. It was very, very convenient during COVID to change laws every 5 seconds. Things were moving like nobody's business. We saw what you are capable of as ministers when you put your minds to something. There is a second pandemic in this country. And this council is supposed to be the overarching structure that looks over the country response for gender-based violence and femicide. The fact that it keeps being pushed from pillar to post doesn't make sense. I would like an answer with a date and time by the end of this summit around this council. It is very important. Secondly, Miriam wanted to ask around the over 10,000 police officers that have been accused of sexual violence crimes, and only 50 of them have been charged. What is going on with those? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mandisa.
Thank you so much, Eusebius, and thanks for the space. And I'm glad Nosipo raised that the GBV and even the council did not start from 2018. South Africa submitted a report to SIDO, 10-year report, 1998 to 2008. It went to SIDO. SIDO made a recommendation, of which those recommendations, part 5, was focusing on gender-based violence, which went, by the way, to Parliament. Speaker of Parliament, in 2012, Parliament resolved to establish National Council Against Gender-Based Violence. 12 years later, we still don't have. It was established, by the way. Former President Motlanthe was the patron of that GBV Council. It was disbanded by the Minister of Women in 2015. We need accountability. Today, we are sitting here with high levels of gender-based violence cases, and this has not been done. The second point I want to raise, this panel is about accountability. Minister Lamola, we are about to launch the National Intervention Strategy on Hate Crimes. There's no budget. We met with you as LGBTI organizations who sit in the National Task Team. There's zero budget. How is our government going to account, implement, monitor with zero budget? How are we going to implement and respond effectively to hate crimes, to gender-based violence, and so forth? And last point, there was a report by CSVR that says South Africa is in conflict with itself because of gender-based violence. Let's not run away. We have a crisis in this country. Until we rise and account, one, on shared responsibility, shared accountability, and see the work that is done by civil society wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Hello to everybody. My name is Sihle Sibisi, founder of Kwanele Foundation. I'm representing Gauteng. Minister Maite and all the ministers here, Can we drop the card of saying apartheid, apartheid? We've gone past that. Ne? Right now, you guys used your AK-47s as weapons against the apartheid regime. We as NPOs are using our voices without resources from the very people to make sure that we amplify our voices against gender-based violence and femicide. So if you are here, I was saying this morning, wow, thank you for this summit, because for the first time ministers, or maybe the second time, ministers are going to hear the truth of the reality that we see on the ground. Minister, you were standing there saying, as a woman in South Africa, I am not safe. Minister, you have bodyguards. You cannot compare yourself to us. Minister, I am a single mother with 2 kids who is widowed and who is not safe because I am the founder of this organization. I am continuously silenced and threatened by people in power. Why do I say that? We deal with cases that target people in power. Next thing you know, Sihle CBC is dead. I'm trending. Because your people are trying to silence us. Mr. Begikele, you're telling us about 4 laboratories in the whole country. Babkele, COVID-19 came. You as ministers and presidents were able to get money out of the rocks, grasses, water to make sure that people, even in the rural areas, were educated about COVID-19. How do we know this was done? It's because even ugogo ongakwazi ukhuluma isiNgisi knew that she had to wear a mask. So if you are showing us, Minister Mayite, a workbook saying it must go to our society, what about our grannies who can't read? What must happen then? Mr. Kele, SAPS, behind the uniform is a man. You are failing to give your officers counseling. That is why when we go to police stations, they are inundated with their own personal issues from home that they cannot give us attention for cases that need to be done. You are failing to put money to train them. Mr. Ronald Lamula, I'll tell you about the courts, sir, because I am in courts almost on a daily. We see brown envelopes being moved in courts, sir. What am I talking about? Our Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa said gender-based violence and femicide is our second pandemic before COVID. COVID is gone, it means it's the first. Sir, answer to me. How does a foreign national murder a South African and they get 10,000 rand bail? How does that happen? If GBV is prioritized. The last one. Sorry, our governing party. We have seen you guys rely on these mega churches for votes. That is why foundations like ours that advocate against GBV within the church, you don't fund us, you lock us up, you silence us, because many of you have been to Bishop Stephen Zondo's church. It was our foundation that took him through the CRL commission. As a result, he's currently on trial for 10 accounts of rape. But guess what? We are not being given money. Right, finally, Mrs. Mabisa. You said the courts, you said parliament is for the people. Now please help me. MPs who are accused of GBVF still have the right to stand and address us as a country. Just last week, the Minister of Finance, who was accused of a GBVF case, because we as Kwanele Foundation have been following that case, the victim refused to continue with the case because of intimidation, and as a result, NPA in Mpumalanga, Miss Monica, told us that they had to stop the case. Does that mean that he did not do something to the victim? So when we watch TV, your MPs who are accused, who are speaking, we should have faith and trust your government. Shame on you. Mamnon to me, so finally, civil society. I want to say when it comes to civil society, you spoke about state accountability and funding. We as Kwanele Foundation, we were kicked out of training under social development and nicked them. Because we discovered when they did training for us at OR Tambo, half the people who were invited there to be trained were people who were not part of NPOs, young people who were promised jobs. It was another way for them to siphon the money. And because we were vocal enough to question it, guess what? We received a letter. I've got the receipts. We received a letter saying they are terminating our training with NICDEM, HWCTA, and DSD because the NPOs on the ground are not as vocal as Sihle Sibisi. And because I am Sihle Sibisi, I speak truth to power. I would ask these questions to say, why do you take people and say you are promising them jobs because you say they'll get stipends, and yet there are many NPOs on the ground who are not being trained? Guess what? As a result, Mr. Sibusiso Malope of DSD and his team have blocked Kwanele Foundation on all platforms. Money is not given to us. We are blacklisted because they say Sihle Sibisi speaks too much. And I say I'd be damned if I were to be silenced, because I am a survivor of gender-based violence and femicide, and I will not turn a blind eye. So shame on you, shame to our government. We see you, how you siphon money around. With or without your money, with or without your training, we will soldier on.
Okay, can we, just a little bit of quiet, please. I can't honor all of your directions. You are all directing me what to do, including this gentleman in the middle. I'm looking at you. I'm in the invidious position of needing to keep time. I'm also in a position where I do not want to police the heartache and anger and emotions of a black woman in this country. And sometimes those two things pull in opposite directions, okay? So that's my burden as the moderator. I thank you for your contribution, as voluminous as it was. Thank you for speaking your truth. With that said, I think we're going to have to accept the practical reality that many of the themes will have to be teased out in the other sessions. We'll have another accountability plenary tomorrow, which my colleague Kathy Moshlaslana will moderate. So for now, I'm going to allow only two, and I beg you, please don't make me beg you to keep it small. The program has to go on. So just two more interventions, and try and keep it under 2 minutes each. Then my panelists will speak, and then we move on with the program. The issues are enduring, but we can't have a 10-hour plenary. My husband is waiting at home.
I thank you for the opportunity given. My name is Gallagher. I am the Minister of Safer Sex in the country. Minister Lamula, they say history, based on the history of this country. I remember when we first launched the NSP around comprehensive for sex workers' health, that the president, now president, also was launched in Newtown. In that plan, it's almost since 2016. He called for ways to look into the decriminalization of sex work. The very same president he was by then sitting in Senate. I was sitting with him. 6 bodies are found here in Gauteng. Sex workers, I was at the mortuary. These are black women, because we have seen the way our media, your celebrities are there. Each time when they protest sex work, they put it as a black women thing. It's almost 60 years, you must correct me, I've never done law. Almost 60 years when the colonizers through Cape Town, they come and criminalize what black people were doing, especially black women. 60 years, today it's 2022. This country managed to legalize LGBTI. The very Sexual Offences Act and the moral laws for LGBTI are the same laws that are arresting sex workers. Minister Cyril, 1 minute is remaining. When you give out your stats, does they also indicate the numbers under your Sexual Offences Act of the petty crimes that the police are arresting on sex workers? Because on the same day, when we go to march for the 6 bodies at the court, The same police went and arrested 45 sex workers on that day because they say because there's a killer out there, we want to keep them safe. In the same plan, Minister, the biggest conference going to happen of the ruling party in this country. Some of you are not going to come back as ministers after December. How will we know that the 2024 time framework to decriminalize sex work, who are we going to hold accountable? Because in this country, we use morals, we use religion, we use culture to give people what is based. My body, my business. When black women say 315 that the Ramaphosa, it's not enough. We want more. Can we start engaging lashes police on them? I saw you on TV the other day going lower, the people were shot. I've never seen even the MEC, maybe it's probably of the safety of Gauteng, going to the same scene where 6 women were murdered by a 21-year-old. This, it means sex workers is still being stigmatized in this country. It's still seen as a poor black person. That's why your police minister, I saw her say, they will never go to Santen and arrest those cheese girls who does the sex work at your Michelangelo's. But they will always go, La Konagum Nyamanjao. I'm order to that.
Thank you so much, Eusebius, for holding the space so well. In 2018, Minister, in 2018 we had a summit, and the summit was for recognizing that South Africa is one of the worst in collating disaggregated data in the world, in fact, among the worst. And it really shocks me that in 2022, 4 years after we had this first summit on data, disaggregated data is still one of the biggest issues. And quite frankly, we cannot do much to fight the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide without even understanding what is happening to whom it is happening to and the impact thereof. Most of the officials that we work with have never even done an impact assessment, which means that we are rolling out interventions in the ground that are not even based on any type of evidence and where there is no information or data to support that those interventions are working, and yet money is being spent on those interventions. So I would like to know from you, Minister, only because Minister Batabile Dlamini had started the process before you, what I would like to know from you is how far are we in moving forward with this aggregated data in South Africa? Because quite frankly, if that's not sorted out, we are actually wasting our time. The second question, Eusebius, and I'm going to keep it short, and I guess I'm summoning the president quite prematurely, but I'm going to summon him nevertheless. Mr. President, in 2019, we marched to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange to hold the private sector accountable in this country, asking for a 2% tax levy on all JSE-listed companies in the country so that they can be held accountable for their own participation and complicity in gender-based violence and femicide in this country. What happened is that along the pipeline, the process was hijacked by people who I believe that you are aware of. And to this day, from 2019 to the year 2022, we have never been able to move forward in holding private sector accountable for that 2% tax levy. So I want to hear from you, Mr. President, how far is that process in holding the private sector accountable? Finally, I'm not sure if the people in this room are aware, in particular the non-VIP delegates, but we have been doing work on the NSP for well over 2 years, being funded by donations and voluntary labor. I want them to know from you, Mr. President Uguti, at what point are you going to take the work of fighting the fight against gender-based violence seriously enough for you to be able to fund it? I think we've all reconciled ourselves with the fact that that 1.6 billion never existed. But what we do want to know is that because we've committed ourselves to the NSP GBVF process, is where is the money to fund the NSP GBVF? It is unacceptable that the Ford Foundation, that is an American-based company, is the one that is funding the consultants. And we have to work with a measly 1.2 million rand on a yearly basis in order for us to get the work done. We've left our homes, we have not slept at night doing the work that brings us all here today. It is not your labor that has brought us here today, but the labor of hundreds of women and queer people from across the country that have tried to make this thing stay alive. So I'd like to know, where is the money to support the NSP GBV work? Why are we being funded by an American-based company and not our own departments in the country? And I also want to know about the 2% tax levy processes and when we're going to continue with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask my panel members to respond very briefly, in no particular order. Please keep it short, and please try and address some of the questions that were particularly very pointed, and let's try and steer away from generalities. The first person I'm going to give an opportunity is the speaker, Ms. Mapisa Makula.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we've noted the questions. The one issue which was raised by the colleague here was a matter which was directed to us in Parliament on the allegations against a member of Parliament, allegations of sexual abuse. Just to say that, colleagues, we noted that. But I do also want to remind all of us that at the end of it all, before Parliament would have dealt with the matter, it would have been dealt first by the law enforcement agencies, and it also would have gone to the NPA. And as you know, the NPA has declined to prosecute, and they would know better what reasons were there, whether there was enough evidence now or not. But all that I'm saying is this. Please be patient with me. If, for instance, the Committee on Justice or even the Committee on Police were to invite advocate, for instance, Batoyi, the NDPP, and say, we note that there was this particular case, and this is what the outcome is. What would be the reasons? The only person who would be able to provide answers to a portfolio committee or Parliament is the NDPP, because they know best what happened in that case. So I'm just saying, because you were very direct in raising the matter, and that, yes, and that is, there is very little you can do before the matter has been dealt with by those who deal with such cases. And I think in this case, that was the situation. Not that the ruling party as a ruling party in the country does not deal with issues of sexual exploitation or even abuse of women. One thing I know, which the organization has stood firm to deal with, is that of sexual abuse and exploitation of women in the country. And therefore, even the organization maybe found itself in a very difficult position for as long as there was no clarity about what exactly happened and where the case is. Thank you very much. That is all you raised with me. Thank you.
I want to ask Minister Cyril to address some questions. There were a number of questions related to your portfolio. For example, there was one question very pertinent around thousands of cops that have got sexual offences related to themselves, which obviously do not make them fit and proper for their role. The flip side of that is you also won't have much justice, Minister, if broken men go to work and are expected to be entrusted with the stories of survivors who come and lay complaints. So what kind of counseling do they get? So accountability for those cops that are part of the problem, but then other cops that are themselves survivors, and that too can make it difficult for them to do their jobs optimally.
Thanks. Well, indeed, You remember that the police are policed by the IPID, are also policed by the Secretariat, are also internal structures like ACU, which is a unit that looks the corruption within the police. But dealing with this, police face double trouble, especially female police. Some of them, they are abused by their own colleagues within the organization. And then there are members of the South African police, especially the male, that will abuse the people that they're supposed to protect. That is the reason that every month in the ministry we receive a list from the IPID of the police where they are supposed to be disciplined by the top management, starting from the national commissioner and provincial commissioners, disciplining those members. We receive the list that is referred to the NPA for those police to be prosecuted. That's why we have police that have been sentenced in long sentences because of the very the very abuse that they're supposed to be defending. As we speak now, of late, last 3 months, 11 members of the South African police have been sentenced to long sentences because they themselves have abused the people that they're supposed to protect. But within the police, we have a section of wellness where police are counseled, but we also talk to other organizations. It will be like the DSD to help us to counsel those that themselves are victims and those that themselves have witnessed this kind of abuse who themselves are disturbed. So there is that within the police where we try to assist those that themselves are victims of circumstances, but also they have the issue where they can't take it anymore. But it's not very true that police that break the law are not face consequences. Themselves, there is a lot of consequences. They are fired, they are arrested, they are in prison, they are disciplined. So indeed, that is what is happening within the organization. But we also try to give extra training to assist them to be strong enough to deal with the situations that they face every day. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Minister. Minister Nkwana Mashabane, there were a lot of questions. I'll just highlight a couple, and you can address any of these. Civil society still wants to know very pointedly, setting yourself a date for yourself that we can hold you accountable by, when this council will exist. Second question, can you publicly give us your view on decriminalization of sex work? And a third question, what happened to the BMWs?
Well, let me repeat our response to the processes that we have undergone on the gender-based violence and femicide bill. It has been tabled in Parliament. Parliament will give us a date when the bill will be completed. Then we will develop regulations, and we once again want to say in front of our President and all South Africans here, within 3 months, within this financial year, we can relaunch. I heard someone saying the GBVF bill was cancelled then, but we had resuscitated that work. we've gone through all the corners, back to Parliament. I'm talking about accounting for from 2018 to where we are seated. And on the BMWs that were donated, the small ones that were donated to us through a visit of one of our donors, there were 5. One was given or handed over. In fact, they were handed over in public at the GCS Center. One to Umlazi in KZN, Shiluvani Disability Organization, allocated to an NPO that provides services to children with disabilities who are hardest hit by gender-based violence. Second, Pretoria in Gauteng, for who? Youth for Survival, an NPO which deals with youth, homelessness, and abused women and their children. Number 3, given or handed over to Middleburg in Mpumalanga, a shelter and victim empowerment center for victims of gender-based violence, mostly women. The 4th, to Limpopo, to a Disabled People of South Africa, DPSA, to an NPO that services persons with disabilities. The 5th, to Eastern Cape, to who? Masimanyane NPO, which focuses on eradicating gender-based violence and femicide, a focus on trafficked persons as well as the interface of gender-based violence, HIV, and AIDS. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister of Justice. I'll give you a chance for a final remarks. There were lots of questions for you. Among them was also the question you got about whether or not that any budget that had been ring-fenced in relation to hate crimes.
Yeah, maybe it's because I'm very tall. There is a Shangan idiom that says that vana va munhu va tsemelana nhloko ya njiya. Loosely translated in English, it means that children born of the same family, they share the head of a locust. It sounds impossible, but it can be done. It is in that spirit that the Department of Justice has appointed at senior level people in terms of coordination with regards to issues of the National Task Team that Steve co-chairs to deal with the issues of the LGBTQI community, including the NPA, has got a rapid response task team. The resources may not be enough from what we have, but we continue to work with civil society and the NGOs, and the work is commendable. We also hope to mobilize more resources to put into the space, and we do have that dedicated officials into the space. With regards to the courts, the bail issue that was raised, the Criminal Law Amendment Act will make that example now impossible, that the President has signed. It has now tightened the manner in which people can get bail. The NPA has got the duties and obligations, the court. So it is now no longer, as she put it, that amendment, as the President has signed, it will make it practically no longer possible. And if anyone does it, it's wrong, it's not in line with the law, there are procedures that must be followed, because the law is very clear in terms of what must be done in that regard. And that is what the Criminal Law Related Amendment Act also its purpose, and it's also a product of the last summit. The decriminalization of the sex work indeed, as I said earlier on, before the end of this year, we will have published the bill that will be out for public comment and also going to Parliament, where stakeholders will make inputs and comment on this specific issue. I do understand the issue of trust that is being raised, that it has been too long, but from your engagement with the Deputy Minister, you have got the clear timelines and the framework of when and how it will be done. And I know that most of you participated in the development of that bill. Yeah, I think this was the last one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Last but not least, or in fact, second last, before Nondumiso speaks, we do also have some young adults here from the Children's Summit, I think. Can I have one of them contribute, and can we please listen? This conversation needs to be thoroughly intergenerational. Children are one of the most vulnerable groups, and we often speak about social policy in relation to children, anthropologizing them rather than recognizing they too have agency. Would one of you like an opportunity to speak?
Good morning to the House at large, all protocol observed. I am Midrand Pretorius, representing the Northwest Province. I just wanted to say that we as children have been pushing to be on the program for today, and unfortunately that has not happened because we would like to address our issues or bring them forth to our President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. So just to mention one thing, during the dialogue, we as children felt that our views were not considered as there was no child participation during media briefings. I mean, during the initial drafting of the NSP, children's voices were not included. We weren't included, and we suffer from gender-based violence as well. People have spoken so much and have presented so much on gender-based violence and on femicide, but how many times have children been mentioned? How many times have we been taken into consideration? How many times have you thought of us? Is my question that I'm posing to the floor at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you so much, and that's a very, 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 very important question. And I must also add that in the 2 days that we will be here in the caucuses, there will be discussions around children, there will be discussions around persons with disabilities, and we will all be working towards how do we accelerate, how do we amplify, and more importantly, how do we make sure that the voices, in this case of children, are not left out of this conversation. I also want to stress something that's really important that was raised by the colleague from Gwanele Foundation, and I need to stress again, civil society organizations are working with shoestring budgets. If no budget at all. If no budget at all. And that is extremely, extremely challenging. And I must also add that in the absence of a national council, in the absence of a council entrusted with coordinating a response, how do we coordinate a response? Because that is really, really, really worrisome. There's another thing that I want to stress that was raised by colleagues here, and it's actually stated in the National Strategic Plan, and I want to quote it quickly. On page 44, it says, strengthening multi-sectoral coordination and collaboration must be based on relationships of trust. It will take trust for us to collaborate. It will take transparency for us to know what is happening with the IMC. Because as far as we are concerned, we're not sure of the decisions that are being made at IMC level. We don't know what the terms of reference look like. I don't know if anybody has even seen the minutes of the IMC. But yet, the role of the IMC remains very clear in the National Strategic Plan. So I think it's really, really, really important, Minister, that we look at that, and I'm going to move away because you're going to. Thank you.
Thank you. Please can we thank all of the panel members for their contributions. And with that, I'd like to ask the panel members to please vacate. Thank you so much, ministers. Yeah. Thanks. And just before we go into the next item, okay. So thank you to all the ministers. My deepest apologies, we couldn't take more interventions. It's just because the program has to move on. And in the last 20 seconds, what I do want to say, not wearing my hat as a moderator or as an analyst, but as a South African and as a male, thank you for everything you do as civil society organizations. Patriarchy and violence does as much damage to us as men as it does to you. Please, can I just conclude? I myself am someone who's a victim of rape, and if I have one regret about this space, it is that survivors are always the ones who are asked to lead in terms of how is the way forward. And I hope that many men, not just in the audience, but I know this is being broadcast, will take the opportunity to self-examine what do we do as men to make sure that we behave differently rather than expecting women to be leading a conversation about their victimhood. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. Thanks, bro.
Let's give a round. Okay, first of all, let's give a round of applause to those that have asked questions and ministers. Let me say this. We have ample opportunity in the program for questions and discussions. And we've got a plenary tomorrow. So if you do... No. We have allocated 2 days for this summit. Come and help me here. Come and help me here. This is an agreement that we have between government and civil society. We have agreed to have 2 days of discussions. You want to come and help you out? What do we do? We can't continue with it. Otherwise, it's going to be very long. The program is going to be done. Pardon me, do? Huh? What do we do? We take a break. We give people a break. We come back and what do we do? Then we are going to lose the program. We are not going to do what we are going to do. Okay. Then we will not be able to do what we are going to do. So we have to take a decision. Yeah. About how we move. Okay, what we're going to do, okay.
Hello. We're going to take a tea break. Tea is ready. Come here. Come this side. Okay. Hello. I'll do it. It's fine. I'll do it.
Let me help more because we're managing 30 seconds each.
Okay. Yeah. Hello. What you are going to do?
Let me help.
Hello. What we are going to do is allow you 30 seconds each. 30 seconds each one of you. Can you get the mic? Get the mic and then start speaking.
I hear you.
Here's the mic. Here's the mic.
30 seconds. Nobody must speak beyond that.
Here's the mic.
Amandla. Comrades, asibopheni ke. Re buile le moetapele wa South Africa. Comrades, asibopheni ke. We're going to take the next 15 minutes and we're going to allow you 30 seconds each to make asibopheni, comrades. Comrades, asibopheni. It's fine. We're going. Sharp. Mamelanke. Comrades, let's not waste time because we have asked that let's allow, before the president speak, that you be heard. Can we do that? Are we going to cooperate? Perfect. So I've asked the two moderators who are here that we assist the process. The president is here, the ministers are here, and all the dignitaries are here. I'm going to request we move like this. Sharply, I've got the timer to assist. We listen to the points. Can we do that? Perfect. We'll start with you, Comrade Rosie.
When will the sexual offences register be made public? What happened to no bail for abusers and rapists? Mr. President, there were many victims and survivors of the 2018 summit. What happened to them? More importantly, where is Martha?
Thank you so much. That side.
This is to Minister Lamola. In 2007, the National Register for Sexual Offenders was issued. It is no use having an act that's not implemented. High teenage pregnancies, primary and secondary victimization, because from CJS to psychosocial services, we don't have a vetting system in place. Last one, Minister Lamola, our victims are savagely cross-examined during court. Can we have proper court preparation to make our people strong, to be able to respond to learned people cross-examining and violating them? Thank you.
Perfect.
In the morning when I came here, I just felt like this summit is null and void.
Yes.
President, where is the Department of Social Development? And I'll tell you why I am in need of social development. Social development was given power by the Victim Empowerment Charter to coordinate all the departments in making sure that the Victim Empowerment Program becomes a success. All the questions of fundings and everything, they were supposed to be answered by them. CGE study 2014, it has done a survey. It has found out that the shelters are in shambles because DSD is failing to coordinate, monitor, and to evaluate the VEP programs. That is why we see the statistics coming everywhere, not talking to each other. They were provinces were commissioned by CGE. From that, we know Free State has paid 9.2 million. So if you want all the provinces to pay 9.2 million, we will make sure that we assist CGE on the things that we know that they are happening. That money is the money that is supposed to be fighting gender-based violence. The issue of funding, DFG was told to say they need to increase.
Thank you, comrade. We have a long list.
Good morning, Lebogang Motau from Free World Initiative representing Gauteng. We just want to say we as South Africa are the rape capital of the world. We've got a woman raped every 25 seconds. 1 in 3 women will be raped, 1 in 9. We've got a minister of police who tells a woman you are lucky you were only raped by one person, or is highlighting the fact that the person that was arrested is because he is he's a serial rapist. What does that mean? If you were raped only once, then that's okay in South Africa. If you rape only once, that's okay, you can go home. We tell women that they need to leave their homes where they are being abused and go into a shelter, yet the man lives comfortably. When they go into the judicial system, they are treated as if they are saints, whereas a woman has to prove the fact that she was raped. Leadership needs to do better by us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a researcher from the South African Medical Research Council. I would like to make a correction of an omission around the femicide prevention strategy. The program, the development of the strategy was commissioned by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, working with the promotion of rights of vulnerable groups led by Advocate Kambula. And then the second point that I want to make is to actually ask and address the President and everybody that works with you. What will it take to fund gender-based violence prevention that works? What will it take to redirect the loads of funding going into policing that we see from those states is not having the impact that it's meant to have? Community organizations here are demonstrating to you, and emotional as they are, because they are loaded with loads of responsibility that is not funded, President. Please let us make sure that there's adequate, not 250,000 rands to fund the work of the pain that women and children and gender non-binary groups are suffering in this country. Thank you.
I'm going to ask for caution. You know, there were people that were remaining on the queues before we reopen this session. Now, I see the queues are increasing. Remember, no, I saw it. I saw it. Remember, we have 15 minutes for this session. So let me take that hand. Umbonile, that's why she's sitting down. We as a comrade.
Thank you very much. My name is Chloe Homer from Safe Space non-profit company. Firstly, I'd like to request that this database from this summit not be utilized and not abandoned to ensure that civil society is included in all talks and discussions going forward. I'd also like to propose an accountable and transparent funding workshop open to all registered MPOs and MPCs to ensure funding is readily available. Yeah. And I'd also like to make one more point about a convicted rapist who is serving as a mayor in the Kannaland municipality on the Garden Route. This shows that our government is not serious about gender-based violence by allowing convicted rapists to act as public representatives. And for the sake of politics, we cannot allow this. We need to set a better example. And one more point, we need to drive to recruit more female officers in the South African Police Service. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you very much. My name is Pete Lengwabala from Beauty by Nature National Albinism Society. I'm very disappointed because out of all the presentations I've heard this morning, none spoke about albinism. Mr. President, maybe it is the way of avoiding albinism as a disability. We had a march in 2018. Till today, we do not have any response from the Office of the President. And today, ministers are really talking about issues of gender-based violence, of which albinism is not part of that. It is very much amazing. Albinism people, we are ignoring their killings. We are dying. We have a serious challenge coming to GBV. If albinism is not a disability, can the president declare or the government declare? Because I don't get it why albinism people must be checked based on their eyesight by SASA, while the albinism skin itself is a disability.
Thank you.
Our people fall into wrong relationships that lead to GBV because they are hungry, they are unemployable, because they also can't go to school. Reasonable accommodation in school, it's not there for albinism people. So can we deal with albinism issue? Come to us, let's discuss albinism issues so that we can put it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to find out from the funds that has been allocated to say how much that has been allocated or that was given to health. Because I hear most of us, we are talking evidence collection, but we tend to forget the critical stakeholder that is collecting that evidence, because we are referencing to evidence, but who's collecting the evidence? I don't see the Minister for Health. I think it's time that we must rope health in, because we are talking about accountability, response care and healing. But who's receiving the patient, the first contact? It's either SAPS or health. And if we are not investing in health and SAPS, then what are we doing? We are not going to get the end results. Yet we are focusing on the end results. But who's helping all other stakeholders or the government sectors to make sure that at the end of the day, we increase those conviction rates? So can the health minister and the health stakeholders be part of the engagement? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Adila Maker from the Southern African Alcohol Policy Alliance. This is a question for the President. The Minister of Justice indicated that it only took 2 years to move a law. Currently, we've got the Liquor Amendment Bill sitting since 2017. There's a clear link between GBV and alcohol. Why is the Department of Trade and Industry not moving this bill so that we can create a safer environment for women? The second question is to the Minister of Education. Why is the Minister introducing a proposal that schools can apply for liquor licenses?
Thank you. Quick one.
Thank you, Steve. My name is Nombekoli Putin. I'm from the dusty streets of Gugulethu in Cape Town. This summit is about accountability. The role and the space of the NPOs in the GBV is shrinking. Government has taken over. Lack of funding there's lack of funding, no funds for shelters. Government is failing to account about the money now here, the money that our president pledged during the first summit. Organizations like Ilitha Labantu, with a vast experience on violence against women and children, are not recognized at all. Also, we have our hotspots that are not even mentioned, like Langa, Nyanga, Gugulethu, Khayelitsha. They are not mentioned in these reports. This report of the police, to me, is the fallacy. I'm not, especially in the Western Cape. That report, it must be scratched off. Sure. The sooner, the better, President. Please remove the Minister of Police.
Thank you. Thank you. Activist TDK from Akum. I just want to say this, Mr. President, with due respect, there is real life after Gallagher Estate. And if we can get to the bottom of everything, we can't be solving GBV if we haven't solved the crucial issues in this country. Sure. Our country is in shambles. We need to raise leaders who are going to be actively involved, to go in the ground the same way when these leaders, they go out there and talk to people in shacks. and talk to people. It is the same way they should try and solve GBV. They should go out there and do the same campaign, because that is where the real issues are. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Remove all the comrades and put activists.
Colleagues, I'm going to request, let's go straight to the question. We only have 5 minutes remaining. Shoot straight to the question. This side, please.
Good afternoon, Wendy Pakir, Ubuntu Rural Women and Youth Movement. Watching the videos earlier, seeing the faces of women and children, and that's not all the women and children killed. There's many more that hasn't been on the video, and it brought so many emotions. They're not just the statistics. It was children with futures. Their parents had dreams for them. Their families are scarred for life, and yet we see rapists and murderers being released on bail. 855 women and 243 children killed between April and June this year. 4-year-old Pagabo Poo, her rapist and murderer, was released on bail for the rape of a 9-year-old. Tesnay van Wyk, rapist and murderer, was released on bail. And I believe their blood is in the hands of the parole boards and the magistrates who granted bail to people who should have never gotten bail in the first place. 9,516 rapes reported in the same period. Only 286 rapists convicted. 46 life sentences. How is this possible? President Ramaphosa did promise us that no rapists and no murder of women and children will receive bail. We don't want lip service anymore. We want action. We want to see the numbers reduced. We don't want to respond to people, to women and children being killed. It shouldn't happen. Not in this lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amandla.
Awethu.
President, what are you doing about the departments who are not submitting monthly reports to your office on their role and responsibility on GBV? Today they are here, beautiful, dressed, but there's no report. Number two, Mama Mapisa Ngabula, Parliament, what are you doing about our leaders who you have put in positions, and when they are involved in issues of GBV, they are still in those positions, and that doesn't show us that as Parliament, you are really serious about dealing with the issue of GBV. We know they have rights, but as a leader, even if it's alleged, take those people out so that we can see that you are really serious about it. And also, Parliament, where are you with our Convention 190? The last one, the 2018 summit, we talked about the issue of women who are not getting parole. Today, you don't give us the report, how far is it with those women? With the bills, we were part of it because we have inputs, but the action, where are those women? What are you doing about them? Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Sfiso Mkondwane from Mpumalanga. President, one of the bills in the Constitution says right to life. My question to you is, how do you measure an innocent child, a 4-year-old that was cut into pieces and murdered? How do you compare a child that the perpetrator cut her private parts so that the penis can be big, or the vagina can be big enough to enter? How then do you measure the life that we're talking about in the bill? In 26 June 2019, I sent a letter to you, President, as well as Minister Lamula, and 4 things that I raised. The first one was that every rape child and every case that has to do with sodomy and attempted murder should be added. I'm sure we have enough senior counsels, we have enough members here to make that happen, because maybe you would need to understand the psychological as well as the physical part of a child when he's being abused sexually, that you would know that we need to amend an attempted murder with that rape charge. Secondly, Section 12 of the Child Amendment Bill. It says the minister can give consent or he can sign. He can sign that the child might get married. Then my question to you is, isn't it that you are abusing the very same rights of a child in Section 12 of the Child Amendment Bill? What kind or what situation would lead a minister to sign off a marriage of a child? And lastly,
no,
in connection with the parole board.
I'm taking, you are the last person who's speaking. Comrades, I've asked for cooperation right at the beginning, and I've requested 15 minutes as we have requested here.
Thank you.
So you are the last. Can I request, colleagues, we won't be taking any more speakers. This is the last speaker.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My Honorable President, ngithi asiphelelanga if the Minister of Health is not there. The person who's speaking here is a qualified clinical forensic nurse who acquired his qualification from the University of Free State.
Okay.
As the clinicians, we have a problem or limitations we wanted to address with the President. So all the statistics which were reflected here by the Commissioner and the Minister of Correctional Services of DNA, these are the professionals who collect all those evidences, DNA evidence, who go to court to lead evidence as expert witness. They are today, other departments, proud of the conviction rate. We are the professionals behind that. Actually, the Department of Health is a key department in terms of dealing with the GBV. So now our challenge is that, President, we are treated, our qualifications are treated as if an attendance certificate. So we make a request, President, to meet with you. We are still registering that there are some issues as the clinical forensic nurses which we want to address.
No,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, comrades. Thank you for all the input that has been provided. We are sorry we can't take all the points. Comrades, President is going to speak. The ministers are here. And by the way, Dr. Joe Patla is here. Where is he? Can he stand up? There he is. There's the Minister of Health. So, comrades, I'm going to request, Asibopen. I'm going to request. Asibopen, comrade Neo. I'm going to hand over to the moderators.
Summit delegates, we have an important decision to make. Summit delegates, we have an important decision to make. We can decide that we stay in plenary for people to speak, but that will not lead us to the outcomes that we want. We have designed the summit, and if people want us to use this space to redesign the summit program, there are 3 spaces. So there are people who are asking for other ministers. In the program, you will see that the Minister of DSD is going to be in another accountability panel. So this is not the only panel where ministers are speaking. So different ministers are speaking in different panels. That's number 1. Number 2, there are 3 spaces that have been created, and that's what you'd been asked to register for. The danger of staying here with people saying all the issues or the problems that they have, the good thing about that is that people will be heard. The president, the ministers, and everyone who is here is going to hear you. But the design of the summit is that we do not end at being heard. We speak to specific problems and we reach solutions, and we have a plan on how we are going to go about in resolving that. And that is why this is an accountability summit. If we want this to be a consultation where we are saying these are all the things that are wrong, then that's a different summit. And we can have a conversation about whether we want this summit to become that. We said we have a national strategic plan that has got 6 pillars. And in those 6 pillars, we have accountability, leadership, and coordination. And this is what this panel was for us to ask questions about how the response has been coordinated. In the design of the program, it was that after lunch, we will go to commissions that deals with all the 6 pillars. And we will have people from government and other people who are responding. And we, in those sessions, can now speak to the specific issues under Pillar 2, the prevention and rebuilding of social cohesion. Under Pillar 3, the criminal justice system and its responsiveness to survivors of violence. And Pillar 4, that deals with support for survivors, the healing work that needs to happen. Pillar 5, that deals with economic justice, and Pillar 6, that deals with the research, information technology, and data. We will emerge out of these pillar conversations with the solutions that we seek. We are not going to stop there. We have another space, which are the action caucuses. In the action caucuses, we've got the various target groups, people whose vulnerability is heightened, whether we're talking about young people, the elderly, people with disabilities, LGBTQI people. And in the same session, we have different places for people who are service providers, who are answering the question of whether we, in the NSP, are able to respond. And here, when we do the diagnosis, we also leave with the answers to that question. We agree to timeframes. We have conversations about budgeting, and that is why the program is designed like that. The last section is the one with the clinics. So, the reason why I'm explaining all of those things is that if we have to take a decision about people speaking in the plenary, there is something that happens to those spaces that we have co-created as spaces for accountability. So with that, may I ask that we proceed?
Let us be provided a platform.
Can I address you just 10 seconds?
So
can I want to assist you.
Right. So these questions that have been asked now.
May I
okay.
assist you?
Yes, please.
We can be provided. We can be provided with a platform technologically where we can pose our questions. No problem to that.
Okay, in the build-up to the summit. Okay,
secondly,
sorry.
may you please then, if that is not done, please tell us who to go to raise concerns while other things are still going on. We don't want to disrupt anything.
Okay.
We just want to register concerns. That's
okay,
that.
fine. For people in civil society, there was a link which we will make available to everyone where people were asked to input those accountability questions that people are here. So it is possible that it did not reach everyone, but there is such a link where people can do that. So the responsibility now is to make sure that that link is provided, and we will make the information available there outside in the clinics. So thank you for that progressive intervention. Yes, please.
Hello? No, thanks very much. First, let me apologize for our continuous plea and demand to speak, though we are running short of time. We are not unruly. We don't want to disrespect any person. I'm not giving any mandate to speak on behalf of anybody, but I want to make a humble plea that we all sit down so that we don't push anybody to look at us as ill-disciplined people. Just in the spirit of women and children who have died, let's sit down and allow the process to continue.
Thank you. Right. Thank you very much for all those interventions, and thank you very much for the people who are sitting down. We are very much behind time, and this will be the convenient time for us to break for lunch. I think we have to come back for lunch. It's over after 1, and there hasn't been a break. Okay. All right, what's the time now? It is 1:10 now. May we please come back at 2 o'clock. So thank you very much. Delegates, may we please be seated? May we please move to our seats so that we can start? We are really behind time. Please. You know, yeah, it's my disability. May we please take our seats? Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. No, you're fine, you're fine. You're fine. Continue. Huh? Okay, yeah. Let's come back, please, and be seated so that we can start. Photographers, please help us. Welcome back. All right. I need to. Welcome back. Without further ado. Hello, may we please be seated? Thank you. Okay. You can sit and then I'll introduce you and then you can introduce the president.
Okay, you can take my
Okay. Leadership, may we please be seated? Hello. I know some names. I'll ask them to please sit so that we can start. Hello? Okay. Right? The good news is, welcome back after lunch, and the good news is we are back here after 2 o'clock, but we have 2 panels that should have happened by now. So without further ado, I am going to introduce I'm going to introduce Minister Nkwana Mashabane, who is the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and she was previously the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform and Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. She is going to come and introduce the President, who will speak immediately after her. Over to you, Minister.
Program Directors, Your Excellency, Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa, Speaker of the National Assembly, Mayor Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, the co-chairs of the Presidential Summit, Planning Committee on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, all honorable ministers in the room and deputy ministers, honorable premiers, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners. I saw our Secretary General of the Commonwealth just entering in style a few minutes ago. The First Lady of Namibia, we've been with her the whole day. The owners of the summit, civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen, in April 2022, His Excellency President Ramaphosa made a clarion call for government and civil society at large to convene the second Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. The summit comes at a time where we continue to experience violent manifestations of inequality, poverty, unemployment, and sexism. Let me take this opportunity and say to our people living with albinism that we follow you. I follow you up to Duka in KwaZulu-Natal. And I have seen for myself how you also want to be counted. As we say, leave no one behind. This summit, this time around, carries a very clear mandate of account, accelerate, amplify now. We reflect on the past 4 years since the first summit. We must use this collaborative space to critically discuss the developments and barriers to the full effect of implementation of the National Strategic Plan. Over the years, there has been a critical developments in addressing gender-based violence and femicide in our country. This includes strengthening the criminal justice system, promoting participation and integration of women in the economy through the initiative, again, Mr. President, you started of Wekona, and establishing accountability frameworks to institutionalize the national strategic plan across sectors of our society. Despite these developments and many others, the scourge for gender-based violence and femicide continue to ravage our society. We can no longer afford to work in silos if we have to defeat this particular pandemic that we are fighting against. I believe that through accountability and embracing the diversity and strength in each other's sectors we can challenge the narrative that different sectors of society cannot work together. South Africans can work together, can bring different ideas, different initiatives to the table towards a common agenda. We must work together and keep our promises to building a safer and inclusive South Africa for women, youth, children, and all the marginalized people. As we close out the year with year 2 of the National Strategic Plan, we must prioritize and optimize policy and legal frameworks in our country. Let us work together for the institutionalization and accountability to accelerate, amplify the efforts to end the pandemic of gender-based violence and femicide. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor and the pleasure to welcome His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, to come to the stage and deliver this keynote address. Mr. President.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Thank you, program directors, Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Minister Maite Nkwana Mashabane, ministers who are here present, including those that some of you may have thought are not here, like the Minister of Health is definitely here. He could never miss a summit like this. And deputy ministers, the Speaker of our National Assembly, Ms. Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, the First Lady of Namibia, Mayor Monica Gengos, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Baroness Patricia Scotland, representatives of the judiciary who are here with us and the magistracy, the premiers who have taken time of their very busy schedule to be here amongst us as well, and MECs who are also here, representatives and leaders of various civil society formations, representatives of interfaith community, who are also here, and representatives of the diplomatic community who are here representing various countries that are our friends around the world, and also representing certain continents that are here, and representatives of local and international donor organizations that continue to support our work as a nation through civil society organizations as well as our work in government. Representatives of international bodies such as the UN and other related organizations that we work with on an ongoing basis, and business representatives who are also here and who continue to support the work that we do, and fellow South Africans. I'd like to start off by saying I very much appreciated the earlier session, which gave many of you a platform and an opportunity to raise a number of questions as well as concerns. The questions that you have raised, some of which have been responded to, and some of which will be responded to, as was earlier said by our program directors, during the various other segments of this whole summit. And even those that were directed at me, where a number of you kept saying, Mr. President this, Mr. President that, Mr. President this. I wish you could be president so that I can say the same to you. Even those that I may not be able to touch on in my input now will also be responded to. I just want you to know that we really appreciate and welcome the remarks, the questions, concerns, as well as complaints that were raised here, some of which were raised at high-pitched level voices, and some of which people were stamping their feet on the ground. We appreciate and accept and embrace all that. We are a government that listens. When our people speak, we do listen. We may not be able to do everything that you all have articulated, but as you will see through what I am going to put before you, we are at work. We're meeting here at this second summit on gender-based violence and femicide, as was said, exactly 4 years to the day since we made a pledge that we made to each other to work together to end violence that the men of our country, perpetrate against women and children in South Africa. It was at the first presidential summit on GBV and femicide in 2018 that we collectively made a firm commitment to the nation to undertake a comprehensive, effective, united response to gender-based violence and femicide. We agreed then that we would develop a national strategic plan to guide our national response, to coordinate the various sectors involved in the fight against gender-based violence. It was also aimed at strengthening the government's response, and may I say, much more than just government, but the state's response, and to align the efforts of government as well as the private sector and civil society. We decided to embark on a number of interventions to deal with the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in our country, a scourge which, as some of you have correctly said, I dubbed the second pandemic, because during COVID, gender-based violence reared its head in a most ugly way, and I dubbed it the second pandemic. And you are right in saying we should now see this as the first pandemic, now, because it continues to destroy the lives of the women and children of our country. They continue to be raped, they continue to be violated, and they continue to be killed. Then the first step that we came up with was to develop a gender-based violence and femicide emergency response action plan in 2019. I then requested Parliament's presiding officers to call a special joint sitting of both houses of Parliament to not only announce the plan, but to have the plan discussed and debated. The plan was embraced by members of Parliament representing all political parties. In many ways, this was a significant moment for us, in that gender-based violence and femicide was seen as a non-partisan matter on which all political parties demonstrated their preparedness to act together. This was followed by the release in April 2020 of the National Strategic Plan, a plan that you yourselves had carefully crafted and put together. And this is what gave me a great deal of joy and pride, that this was not a government plan, but it was a civil society-driven and drafted plan. Yet, despite our efforts, violence against women and children continues unabated in our country. Data from the South African Police Service shows that sexual offences and rape increased by 13% between 2017-2018 and 2020-2022. Between the first quarter of 2021 and the first quarter of 2022, there was a 52% increase in the murder of women and a 46% increase in the number of children who were murdered. Not a day goes by without a story in our newspapers, on television, and online platforms about a woman or a child that has lost their life or been abused in the most horrendous manner. Since the rape and murder of 19-year-old Uyinene Mkhejana in 2019, that sparked mass marches across the country. There have been so many more women that have been killed at the hands of men. Since then, the nation has been horrified by the brutal violence that took the lives of Tshegofatso Pule, Nosicele Mtembeni, Hilary Gadi, Namhla Mthwa, Dimpho Sikelenge, and many other women. Innocents like Asitandile Same, Tsimologo Luchabeng, Tanzi van Wyk, and Reagan Khanzi have fallen victims to heartless men and criminals. Just as the country was reeling from the news of a gang rape of a group of women in Krugersdorp, we were confronted with the news of the murder of a 4-year-old little Bukhabopo who was dismembered and her body parts thrown into a field. Just as babies are not being spared, even the elderly have become targets of violent men in our country. We have in recent times seen a spate of rapes and killings of elderly women, our mothers and our grandmothers, that are meant to be respected and treated with dignity. And this, in many ways, goes totally against the grain of our cultures and traditions as South Africans, that women should be treated with dignity, with respect, and not be violated. These horrors, in many ways, defy comprehension. There are really no words that we can use to describe them and the horrific manner in which all these murders and these rapes happen. They tell a story about our society that is deeply disturbing. It is a story of a nation that is seemingly at war with itself. But much worse, it is a story of a nation that is at war with the women of its country and the children of its country. These barbaric acts are a shameful indictment on the men of South Africa. It is not women who are responsible for ending such crimes. It is men who are responsible and who must take responsibility to bring violence, rapes, and murder against women. They are the ones who must act. As a society, ending violence against women and children cannot be anything but our foremost priority. And you are right in your anger. You are right in the frustration that you were expressing here. That in your view, and indeed in some cases absolutely correctly so, we are not making it the priority that it should be. Because this is about the lives of our country's women and children. And there can be no greater urgency. And I must say, with humility, we have not demonstrated that great urgency, as you were saying. And I say this with humility, with admission as well. We could have and we should be doing much better than we are. That is why all of us who are attending this summit must therefore be focused on action and results. The reason I appreciate your coming to this summit, and the reason I appreciate what you were articulating, very clear messages, is that you as civil society must insist that we should be accountable to you. You are the citizens of our country, and where we fail and falter, you must call us out. Where we let you down, you must speak out, as you were speaking out earlier this morning. This I embrace with my 2 arms or 2 hands, and I'm grateful that we have a very active citizenry and civil society organs or formations that, even as we are gathered here, you will express your views without any fear or favor, and even call me out as your president. I appreciate that. That is why it's important, therefore, to do what my 2 sisters sitting here were saying. Let us use this summit as a forum, as a platform, and an opportunity where we can come up with solutions. Some progress has been made, as it was admitted, but much more still needs to be done. So having called the first summit and this summit, and even if not everything has been done and achieved, let us not hold back from insisting that I, as president, and the ministers must be accountable. We must be able to give you answers on the issues that you raise. We also need to be critical about those areas of the National Strategic Plan in which there has been little or no progress. And I'd like you to spend time going through all the pillars and look at them introspectively, and where we have faltered and where we have not taken action, you must hold us accountable. We need practical plans to correct shortcomings and areas of weakness. Yes, you do need to ask, why was the council not set up? And you deserve answers to that. There are answers, but you need clearer answers so that you can understand clearly, so that that lapse should not happen again. The summit must look at what is working and what is not working, and what is needed to make a difference. We are in this journey together, and so therefore we must make the National Strategic Plan work, because it is our creation and we cannot ditch it. We must make sure that it works. Drafting the National Strategic Plan was a defining moment for our country when we were engulfed by rising incidents of gender-based violence. So therefore, this plan of ours must be made to work. So this is a summit of accountability. This second presidential summit is for us to assess progress in fulfilling the commitments we made at the first summit in 2018 and in implementing the National Strategic Plan. What we have assessed throughout this process is the importance of a collaborative, coordinated approach towards combating gender-based violence. We need to plan together, implement together, and account together. We owe this to the women of our country. We owe it to all who have been victims also of the scourge of gender-based violence, including their families and their loved ones. The families of these young women whose names I read are also looking at how we are going to deal with the issues that continue to haunt them as families, and how we are going to come up with practical solutions. In the end, we owe it to the people of South Africa, because this scourge affects all of us. It affects not only women, it affects the men of our country and all of us. The actions we take now will determine whether this crime forever remains a feature of our national life, or whether we can say we are the generation that has come to grips with gender-based violence, and we are also the generation that has ended it. One of the great successes of our effort to fight gender-based violence is the extent to which social partners have rallied together around the National Strategic Plan. The presence here today of such a broad range of civil society organizations, public bodies, social formation is a testament to this. We are grateful to all those people from across society who have been involved throughout all the stages of the formulation of the National Strategic Plan and have guided its implementation. We are further grateful of all the working groups co-chaired by government and civil society representatives that have been working tirelessly to drive the implementation of the NSP. To ensure that the issue of gender-based violence receives the highest attention, the responsibility for institutionalizing the NSP across all organs of the state was placed in the presidency. An End GBV collective was established as a multi-sectoral structure to drive collaborative implementation. Government departments are required to submit monthly reports to the presidency outlining their respective achievements towards the targets set out in the NSP. Someone did ask, are the reports being presented on a monthly basis? The performance has been sporadic. I must say, it hasn't been complete. And now we will be able to say, I'm going to ensure that the reports on ensuring that actions, interventions on the National Strategic Plan are given on a monthly basis by all is adhered to. Because this is too important. And also to ensure that the interministerial committee that we set up continues to coordinate the implementation of the NSP across government. Having set it up, it also needs to be reporting regularly, and the reports have been sporadic as well. The bill that will pave the way for the establishment of the Gender-Based Violence Femicide Council is currently before Parliament. Now, you may ask, why, as you did ask, why has it taken so long to have this council established? Just for you to know, I have been personally following this matter up and asking, why is it taking so long? Professor Shisana can testify to this. Now, the problem is that, yes, government tends to move slowly. Now, some of you said you moved very quickly during the COVID pandemic. Yes, indeed we did. And we were armed by a legislation. The Disaster Management Act was able to arm us through the leadership of the Minister of Kokta. We were able, through the law, to set aside a number of considerations because we had a law that enabled us to do so. Now, piloting this act through the various processes, including taking it to NEDLAC, has taken far too long because the council in the end couldn't really be fully set up without the legislative instrument. And now, and this is where my point of humility comes in, and now that it is going through to go to Parliament, We will make sure that we move quicker. We have the council set up and the full machinery set up. One of the placards I saw there, something that you've been asking questions about, is about funding. Funding for this whole effort. One of the placards which I liked very much said, "Fund the fight. Fund this fight." Now, I like that placard because it basically means that real money needs to be set aside so that we can fund this fight. What we did do, and my brother who was moderating here asked about the 1.6 billion. The 1.6 billion was what was extracted from the various departments. In a way, we said, top slice your budgets, fund this whole effort. Various ministries, from health and all of them, they had to set aside money for funding the NSP. Now that we will have a proper council in terms of the law, Treasury will then be able to set aside on a separate basis the money that will fund this fight. So that is going to happen now. We must acknowledge that, as I said, this bill has taken far too long. And I say that with humility due to a rather long process of consultation. But we are hopeful that that whole process has been enriched by the extensive engagements. And you may ask, we moved very quickly with the laws that I'll talk about now. We moved very quickly with them and speeded them through because some of them were just really amendments to some of the existing laws. Now, in government, a law, for instance, takes up to 3 years, 3 full years before a law is properly on the statute book. But to ensure that a gendered lens is applied to public finances and resource allocation, as I said, in 2019 we adopted a framework on gender response planning, budgeting, monitoring and evaluation and auditing. This is in the early stages of implementation and we are working to institutionalize it at all levels of government. I said at the inaugural summit that we would fast-track the review of existing laws, as I was saying, and policies to ensure that they are more effective at preventing gender-based violence and providing greater support and care for survivors and bringing perpetrators to justice. And in January, and that is the reason why they were fast-tracked, because it was an amendment to existing laws. In January of this year, I was able to sign into law 3 key pieces of legislation, namely the Criminal Law Sexual Offences Related Matters Amendment Act, the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act, and the Domestic Violence Amendment Act. So these move very quickly. Now, these laws afford greater protection to survivors of gender-based violence and ensure that perpetrators, those who perpetrate violence against women and children, are no longer able to use legislative loopholes to evade prosecution. That through these laws, we will be able to catch them and to make sure that they are prosecuted and they are jailed, and if need be, the doors of the jail should be locked forever against such people. Other reforms that will strengthen the fight against gender-based violence include the Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Bill that is currently before Parliament. One of you asked about this, and it is now currently before Parliament, as Minister Lamola said. The Victim Support Services Bill has been approved by Cabinet and published for public comment. In 2020, we also passed the Cyber Crimes Act, which affords protection against sex crimes like so-called revenge pornography, threats of sexual violence, threats of blackmail, and other acts that disproportionately affect women, especially girls. The Department of Justice and Correctional Services is currently seized with implementing reforms in the criminal justice system to ensure that the system prioritizes survivors and their needs. There has been particular focus on the accessibility and functioning of sexual offences courts. I'm sitting next to Baroness Scotland here, who used to be a minister in the UK, and she was sharing her own experience in terms of what they did in the UK in dealing with gender-based violence as well. And many of the things that she related are things that we are working on, and she is spreading the message also in the Commonwealth. I'm sure she will speak later and be able to give shed some light on what is happening there. So as we move forward with all this, we're finding that we are learning from other countries, and we are sort of going over ground that they've either gone on or we are in some cases even leading. Since the last presidential summit, 83 courts have been upgraded into sexual offences courts. Precisely what she and I were discussing about setting up of special courts that will deal with sexual offences. We have prioritized support for survivors through adequate sheltering services and one-stop services for victims of trauma. Now, expanding the network of Thuthuzela care centers was one of the commitments that we made at the 2018 presidential summit. Since the NSP was adopted, we have opened more new centers around the country. And I would like to see us opening many more. Another centers will be opened in Limpopo later this month. Now, this will add to the increase of Thuthuzela care centers across the country. And as I said, I want more of these to be opened up because they play a key function. Apart from being places of refuge, as well as being places of support for victims, these centers are proving to be very effective in improving conviction rates. In the last financial year, conviction rate of, as Minister Lamola was saying, of up to 77% was obtained for cases reported at the Thuthuzela care centers. It is a phenomenal improvement, a great improvement. It may seem little, but indeed, if you look at it from a historical point of view, we have made an improvement there. But this has been at your instance. This has been because you have been insisting that these Thuthuzela centers must be spread around more, they must be properly equipped, and there must be staff that will help victims of violence against women. As it stands, out of 52 districts across the country, 45 of our districts have at least one gender-based violence shelter, and 85% of these are funded by the government. We are pleased that the private sector has come to fund some, and indeed a number of non-governmental organizations. And we welcome these other organizations as well, including international bodies. For instance, I was talking to the ambassador earlier from the EU, who was telling me that they are spending up to R1 billion assisting various efforts that have to deal with many social issues that our country faces, but also on gender-based violence, producing literature supporting non-governmental organizations. And we must never disregard that. And that is why South Africa's position in the world is so valuable, because we've got countries that are friendly towards us and who help us, who support us in our efforts of rebuilding our country from the ashes of colonialism and ashes of apartheid misrule as well. We will do more to ensure that the remaining districts in our country without shelters are capacitated. I'd like to see, as I said, more of these shelters in all our districts throughout the country. The Department of Social Development has established a national emergency response team to offer trauma briefing in emergency situations. Someone was saying the Department of Social Development needs to be deeply involved in all these matters. It is, and it is working. Minister Zulu is working together with her staff in all matters related to this. It's not only the Ministry of Women, it's not only health, it's a whole range of other government departments that are involved, police and justice and all the others. The Gender-Based Violence Command Center has been further capacitated with a new facility that can accommodate more personnel. We've been working to ensure that South Africa's efforts to turn the tide against gender-based violence are aligned with global efforts. Last year, South Africa ratified, and somebody did ask about Convention 190. We ratified the International Labour Organization's Convention 190, aimed at eliminating violence and harassment in the workplace. And this is where our labor movement has played a key role in insisting and egging us on as government to ratify Convention 190. A key aspect of the National Strategic Plan is the economic empowerment of women. Since announcing our determination to direct at least 40% of public procurement to women-owned businesses, we have sought to establish an enabling environment to support women entrepreneurs. Now, I say an enabling environment because this is still work in progress. I firmly believe that empowering women economically empowers them so much more than you can imagine, because they are then less dependent on men who abuse them. We have trained more than 6,000 women to prepare them to take up procurement opportunities. And let me tell you that the message is spreading and deepening in government, that as we procure, we need to be making sure that 40% of what we procure is done through women-led businesses, women-owned businesses, as well as women-managed businesses. Now, through the Women's Economic Assembly, we have seen industry associations and companies committing to industry-wide gender transformation targets. I've been to the second Women's Economic Assembly this year, and I've been hugely impressed by the many women who are part of this assembly, who are themselves leading business women, who are getting a number of and mobilizing and recruiting a number of companies to come behind this whole effort of empowering our women economically. We can therefore say that we've made significant progress in putting what I would call the supporting architecture in place that is critical to a coordinated and collaborative fight against gender-based violence and femicide. In the joint sitting in Parliament in 2019, I called for government departments to allocate their various resources within their departments, as I said earlier, to combat gender-based violence. As a result, in February 2021, government announced the allocation of approximately 21 billion over a 3-year period to implement the various components of the National Strategic Plan. A significant portion of these funds has been committed to advancing the empowerment of women through procurement, through business support, and through access to economic opportunities for women. Funds have also been directed to expanding support to survivors, strengthening the response of the criminal justice system, and undertaking prevention programs. Now, you may not recognize this very easily and quickly, but when we said, for instance, to the Department of Justice, set aside money to respond to the NSP, allocating these courts, and I've been to some of the courts. I went to one court in Boysens here in Gauteng, where a special court had been set aside for children who are victims of gender-based violence to be able to testify in an environment that is conducive, where they are even able to demonstrate how they were violated through usage of various other, not necessarily toys, but other artifacts. And that has to be specially built. And that has to be money that is allocated by that department from its own budget when we said set aside money. And as I said, yes, we will continue to fund this fight because this is our collective fight. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation has been tracking expenditure of this amount over the medium term. It is important that this summit does make an assessment both on the extent of funds that have been spent as well as the purposes to which these funds have been put. I do want your quest for accountability to get to that point so that you are able, as citizens of our country, to see precisely whether that money has been used and to what extent it has been used. We need to ensure that our resources are being directed to exactly where there is the greatest need and where they have the greatest impact. Last year, we established a private sector-led gender-based violence and femicide response fund. Someone was asking about this fund, and this was Fund 1, which received a commitment of 162 million and has to date funded 112 grant partners. Now, obviously, we want more money. And one of you said, apply a 2% levy on the private sector. Now, clearly, a levy is a tax, and tax has to be crafted by Treasury, and that is a matter that has to belong to the full taxation architecture of our country. And these are matters that we will obviously want to look at. We must acknowledge, however, that given the demand for services to address the very many different challenges that we have and various aspects to fight against gender-based violence, these funds that have been put aside are hugely inadequate. And as many of you were saying, you do want your NPOs to be well capacitated, because as one of you said, you are at the coal face. And I do recognize that you are at the coal face. And that is where you work with government, that is where you assist government, and that's precisely the reason why we should capacitate your organizations, we should strengthen your hand, because you are helping South Africans that we should fight against gender-based violence. So I do call on the private sector in particular to join hands with us, as we did when we set up the Solidarity Fund, to make more resources available and where they are needed most. And I will continue making this call on the private sector, because gender-based violence, the scourge of gender-based violence, has an economic cost, and we need to reduce that cost and to make sure that we all participate in implementing the National Strategic Plan. This fight is about far more than ensuring that survivors of gender-based violence get justice. It is much more than that. It is a plan that is meant to ensure that the women of our country regain their dignity, the women of our country do become much more economically empowered, that the women of our country do lead respectable lives. It is about preventing violence against women, no doubt. It is in the area of prevention that we need to place greater attention, but also to exert more effort and dedicate more resources. And the message that you are putting out to us about resources is very clear. It's clear because we've put in place a very good foundation. The foundation is going to be strengthened more as we get the legislation through Parliament, as we get the Council off the ground and get the Council to work more effectively. And I should explain, and that maybe on the Council issue, and we are nearing the end of the process of getting the Council established. Initially, and to be honest with you, initially when the issue of the Council was mooted by yourselves, when it got to us in government, it was conceptualized as similar to SANAC, the South African National AIDS Council. Now, SANAC works in a different way, and it's structured in a different way. And somehow the thinking was that it could be another SANAC. And the discussions went on, and Treasury also said, yes, it can be structured like SANAC. But you, and this is where I'm really grateful for your interventions and the interventions of the people that you have put on the team, are very important. You came back and said, no, we don't want it to be structured like SANAC. We want this Council to work effectively so that it is like the frontline entity that is going to respond to gender-based violence. And I appreciate that. Now, indeed, having appreciated that, it means that we have listened very carefully to what you have had to say, and we are going to make sure that as we finalize the legislation and as the Council is put together, it will work as a very effective organ that is going to enable us to fight effectively to bring gender-based violence to an end. We have not mobilized the resources that are required for effective behavior change programs that link up the efforts of social partners in communities to address the attitudes and actions of men. In every part of society, in every workplace, in every school and college and university, in every government department, and in every municipality, we need to be organizing men's dialogues. Minister Cele here was recounting the number of men's dialogues that have been held. Now, yesterday, a day before yesterday, I was at the University of Fort Hare, and I asked the Vice Chancellor, how are they responding to gender-based violence on campus? And he said, Mr. President, we're seeing a wonderful development. And I said, how come? He said, we've held men's dialogues, young men, students' dialogues, and they have gone to great length and depth to discuss the issues of gender-based violence with these young men. And the message has been sinking in, and the level of consciousness has been rising. And he said, the incidents that we are seeing on campus are tapering down. The next round is going to be, he told me, to hold a women's dialogue, and thereafter they are then going to put the two together. And he said it has unleashed a new energy in dealing with gender-based violence at the university. And he says a number of young women have come forward and say, we now feel safe as we move around the campus, which shows that we do need to reach out to boys and young men to develop masculinities that value respect, understanding, and accountability. I was also exposed to another event, also in the Eastern Cape. Premier Oscar Mabuyane is here. I went to a school prize-giving ceremony, and these young boys had participated in a debate, age 16, 17, and so on, grade 11, grade 12. 8 of them had won prizes. I don't remember whether it was a provincial or national debate, and I asked each one of them, what was the debate about? And they said it was on gender-based violence. Each one in their debate had handled a particular topic on gender-based violence. I was overjoyed to see that it's cascading even down at school level, where young boys are now being exposed to the issues of gender-based violence, and their consciousness is beginning to go up. Now, a good example of this is the project by Prime Stars, which in collaboration with government focuses on redefining masculinity amongst young men. This program needs to be rolled out to all schools in the country. We need to see, yes, the president, ministers, premiers, religious leaders, sports people, artists, educators, business leaders, and many others participating in various dialogues, outreach processes, and awareness-raising activities. Now, I have said to my staff, I want, as I move around the country now, to find time to devote to having men's dialogues so that we can talk about gender-based violence with the men of our country. Now, I'd like to thank our premiers. Our premiers are here. I want to thank them for convening Provincial Gender-Based Violence Summit leading up to this summit. I kept reading about it and seeing some of it on TV, and I've been hugely impressed that at provincial level we have been holding this summit, and with today's messaging, as well as what will be discussed in your various groupings, you will come up with a number of decisions and suggestions so that we continue spreading this message And certainly the provincial summits have contributed a great deal to the level of raising consciousness in our nation and making the issue of gender-based violence and femicide topical, top of mind, so that we talk and talk and talk about it, so that more and more of our people in South Africa are aware of the scourge that is gender-based violence, this pandemic. We need to reweave the social fabric of our country so we become a society that is nurturing, is caring, is respectful, and in which the human rights of all are protected. Yes, even the human rights of people with albinism, as my brother was saying there, are protected, and that albinism should also be seen and recognized as a disability, as Minister Mkwana Mashabane said. We must build a society, we must also build a society in which there is no place for crimes against women. And we must spread this message. We must instill this in the minds of the men of this country. That this should not be a country where violence is perpetrated against women and children. And members of the LGBTQI+ community as well. As we reflect on the progress on the last 4 years, we can count on a number of successes. We have put the issue of violence against women and children firmly on the national agenda and at the forefront of the minds of many South Africans. You will recall that during the COVID pandemic, I made it a special effort to continue talking about gender-based violence and even dubbed it, as I said, a pandemic, a second pandemic. We have established critical institutions and mobilized significant resources, but we need to do more. But there is a lot more that we still need to do. And the lot more that we need to do should now be discussed by yourselves, because you crafted the National Strategic Plan. Where there are gaps, where there are lapses, where there are weaknesses, we would like you to point that out, because this is a fight that we should not lose. We are not even close to where we want to be, and I'd like you to point that out more fully and firmly in your discussions. We are confronted with an immensely difficult task: to turn the mindsets of the men of our country, who are intoxicated often with their sense of masculinity, who are also intoxicated with a sense that they are superior to the women of our country, who are intoxicated with patriarchy, believing that, they are much more important than the women of our country. This is the task that we have on our hands, and this is a task that we need to win together. The road ahead, no doubt, will be long. It will also be challenging, but it is a road that we must walk together. Government cannot do it alone, nor can civil society do it alone. Even worse, nor can each organization do it alone. We need to be united in this fight. It is a road that we must walk together, but walk together with determination, so that the women and the children of this country may live in safety, in peace, and in happiness. We want to do nothing less than fundamentally and forever change our society. So in the end, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, working together as we have done over these last 4 years, I have no doubt that we will be able to overcome and that in the end we will prevail. This is a fight that we must take on. Thank you very much.
Let's give him another round of applause. Mr. President, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Time is not on our side, but thank you so much. You have heard the words of the President that he has given us an enabling environment within which we should implement the programs by creating policies, laws, and having monitoring and evaluation approaches. You have heard him say he listened to you and that he is going to be processing some of these issues that we have identified, and we will also be taking forward what it is that you have said. I don't want to take much time because of it's late. What I would like to do is to invite the following. The First Lady of Namibia to come forward, Ambassador Sandra Kramer to come forward, Ambassador Ruben Brigetti to come forward, as well as Baron Patricia Scotland to come forward, please. So I'm going to start by introducing Ambassador Ruben Brigetti because he has another engagement that he has to go to. While he's coming forward, you can please come and be seated here. While he is coming, let me just go ahead and introduce him. He's an American diplomat and academic who has served as a United States ambassador to South Africa since 2022. He was the Vice Chancellor and President of the University of South in Tennessee from 2020 to 2021. He represents PEPFAR. PEPFAR is known to have really contributed significantly, not only to gender-based violence, but also to HIV in this country. While they were cutting quite a lot of budgets everywhere, PEPFAR tried by all means to make sure that programs in South Africa continue to be there. We really appreciate him being here. Ambassador, you've got the floor. I'm starting with you because you have another engagement. Thank you.
I was just saying I can't go before the First Lady. You must let her. Yes.
Okay, all right. There seems to be a change in terms of the program. I'm going to start with the First Lady, Ms. Monica Genkos, who is the First Lady of the Republic of Namibia. She's a qualified lawyer with over 20 years of experience in the financial sector with senior roles in capital markets, corporate finance, and private equity. She was awarded the National Honors, that is the most distinguished order of Namibia, by former President Pohamba for her outstanding contribution to the socio-economic development of her country, Namibia. She was inducted into the Namibian Business Hall of Fame and received numerous awards such as the Namibian Business Personality of the Year and Most Innovative Entrepreneur. During her time in the private sector, Monica was regularly rated by local and continental media publications as one of the most influential Namibian and recognized by international media as one of Africa's top 100 economic leaders. Before assuming the First Lady role in 2015, she was co-shareholder and managing director of Namibia's largest private equity fund for over a decade. During this time, she served on the boards of a large public and private sector companies as either chairperson or deputy chairperson. Thank you very much. Can you please come to the front and speak to us?
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to stand on the very extensive protocol that was established by President Ramaphosa, but I'd also like to thank the two co-chairs for this excellent intergenerational collaboration that you have, because both voices are important. I think we look at things differently, and it's important to have both represented. I'd like also to thank the ambassador. I've promised, I know he's got somewhere to go, but I've promised him to speak for at least an hour. And hold him here further. Thank you very much for your kindness. I've got a voice problem, so please excuse me, but I want to just recognize the exceptional leadership that I witnessed here today from President Cyril Ramaphosa and what he said about gender-based violence and femicide. I'm here not as the First Lady of Namibia. I'm here as the President of the Organization of African First Ladies. And one of the things that we try and do is really spotlight attention on issues that we believe aren't getting enough focus. And issues of gender-based violence often result in awkward conversations. Let me tell you the truth. I enjoyed every awkward moment, confrontation, and conversation that was had this morning. Because without awkward and difficult conversations, we don't make progress in addressing things that we'd rather not talk about. So it's a great honor to be able to deliver these short remarks at the Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Because in theory, we're all against gender-based violence, but in practice, we're not. The home is meant to be the ultimate safe space, but in reality, it's the most dangerous place. We all saw the statistic today. You are more likely to be raped in your own home than in a public open space. We need to reflect on that. Our homes are not safe. We talk about ILO Convention to prevent violence and harassment at work because our workplaces are not safe. Schools are not safe. Churches are not safe. Where will women be safe? We saw the statistics. And it's not just South Africa. It's somebody was telling me Namibia is much better. I don't think so, because I think in the world women aren't safe. We, individuals, families, communities, and multi-sectoral leaders often engage in practices, beliefs, and mindsets which fuels, excuses, accepts, and exonerates the mindsets and behavior that drives very problematic behavior and gender-based violence. When we admit that a lot of this behavior happens in the home, we are correct to demand a better response from the state, particularly the criminal justice system. But it's also correct to say that a lot of work has to go in prevention, because we cannot be policed in our homes. We must stop these things where they happen, because often it's us who know that the people who must be held accountable are our own loved ones. And when faced in these situations in our homes, we are the first to call family meetings. It's employers who would not want their workplaces to be associated with an act of sexual violence. It's schools who do not want their reputations to be scarred, who do not report. So there is a level of hypocrisy that we need to mitigate in order to get the right statistics. And this is why political leadership matters. This is why the summit matters. A president has a unique convening power, and the leadership displayed by President Cyril Ramaphosa to gather all of you in one room and listen, because this was a listening exercise. And not by an individual, but by bringing his ministers, to bring the premiers, to bring everybody in the response system, because a lot of what was being said landed in the right ears today, because leadership isn't one person, it's all of us at all levels. So this practice of making sure that we gather in a cross-section of society and ensure a rights-based, multi-sectoral approach against gender-based violence and femicide is the type of bold and consistent political leadership that we all benefit from, including the rest of us in the region. So this was not only important from a South African perspective, it's also important from a regional perspective. I doubt there are many countries where politicians will voluntarily convene a meeting so that they can be asked the tough questions we saw being asked here today. There is a humility and sincerity in a presidential summit that is willing to hold itself accountable for what it has delivered and what still requires improvement. Accountability is important. In challenging the multiple responses required, it's important to do a critical evaluation of what's working and what's not working. And we all need to be accountable for our behavior in relation to gender-based violence and SGBV in the public and the private sphere, and to remove the disconnect between what we do in public and what we say and how we act in private. We must also reduce the gap between what our policies say and what our people experience. Governments are responsible to solve our most complex problems, and there's a need to make sure that our best brains are prepared to work in government, because ultimately the system is not the leadership of one person. The system is us. If we are not competent and we do not hold each other accountable, people who are not willing or able to do their jobs should be held accountable and make space for the willing and the able. And in this way, the system becomes functional. In this way, the system becomes functional and a true reflection of our collective talent and abilities. In the same vein, I'd like to recognize that we often focus on those not doing their work and end up not paying homage to those who are in the system, who are underpaid, capable, and provide services to the public to the best of their abilities. There are thousands of hardworking, long-suffering public servants and public office bearers at the forefront of the gender-based violence and femicide response, who are underpaid, unrecognized, but get up every day and do their work within very challenging circumstances. We've dealt with nurses, police officers who buy airtime, who give taxi money, who buy underwear to victims who've been raped, because that provision isn't made. So today I really do want to recognize the people in the system who are doing their jobs. Civil society's role in holding government is critical, as government is really the one who can move the dial. And as First Ladies, we also have unique convening power. As unelected as we are, many First Ladies across the continent enjoy social capital. And like any type of capital, many First Ladies spend their social capital on issues which require difficult and awkward conversations, very much like what we saw today. This presidential summit was designed to be a listening session to ensure accountability and facilitate the difficult conversations that you'll continue to have. And as African First Ladies, we often provide advocacy on issues which require spotlighting. But today I would really like to use this summit and the first summit as an example of the type of convening that has to happen if we are going to have honest conversations. And this is why South Africa's leadership on gender-based violence has and remains so important. The Organization of African First Ladies has witnessed firsthand what consistency means and what awkward conversation looks like. One of the things that I noticed, there was a circle of champions that was also initiated, I think, under President Ramaphosa's leadership at African Union level, where they had a summit in Kinshasa in 2021 on positive masculinity. A similar summit will be held on the 10th of November 2022, I think in Senegal, under the leadership of Macky Sall. And these circle of champions should be at head of state level, but they also need to be at community level, because there's a lot of introspection that we need to have as communities. There was a comment made earlier that we must stop blaming everything on apartheid. In a way I agree, but in a way I also disagree. Violent mindsets are formed decades before violent acts. And we cannot disagree that a lot of the violence that we do see experience has been formed through violent post-conflict times. So yes, we need to be forward-looking, but we cannot deny our traumatic past and the need to focus on healing, the need to focus on mental health, because that's an issue that's not discussed well enough when we speak about gender-based violence. And to fix the woundedness and the brokenness that we experience as a society. Another thing that I would like to just point out that I picked up at some point that I felt I needed to say something about is prejudice loves company. And we know it from apartheid. Apartheid was as sexist as it was racist. And when we talk about gender-based violence and right-based, we must talk about it from the perspective of not having prejudice. You cannot be against gender-based violence, but you're tribalistic. You cannot be tribalistic, be against tribalism, but you're xenophobic. You cannot be against xenophobia, but you are homophobic. So we must investigate ourselves. Because a comment was made here at some point that why was bail given to a non-South African of 10,000 rands for a rape? Why should bail be given for anybody, if that's the case? The law should apply to everybody. Rape is offensive and it hurts from a generational perspective, regardless of who the rapist is. The video clip played today put a face to statistics and made me wonder whether we prefer to see the faces of women who've been killed in order to show empathy. Because often, when women are being abused, raped, and report their ordeals, they are subjected to victim blaming and gaslighting. Do we want to first see them on these videos before we believe them? And it's us who victim blame. It's us who gaslight. And the only way we can honor the thousands of women who've lost their lives to femicide is to provide the necessary support to women who continue to suffer trauma at the hands of abusive men, abuse of families, abuse of societies, and then suffer secondary trauma in criminal justice systems that tend to be abusive towards women. Violence is a form of communication, and we must enable more constructive forms of communication. And at the core of this is rebuilding a society where we recognize each other's humanity. And when we say we recognize each other's humanity, I'll be finished now, thank you, and rebuilding our societies, it's also saying to each other, if we're speaking against gender-based violence, we must speak against violence in general. Gender-based violence does not exist within a vacuum. It exists within a society that is generally violent. Men are the biggest victims of violence. A man in this country is much more likely to be killed or assaulted by another man. So men are actually the biggest victims of violence. So gender-based violence is high because the same man who's willing to kill another man because he offended him, what do you think he'll do to his partner in his home? So I really want to end by saying, as an organization of African First Ladies, we are with you. This is not just a South African issue. The summit is not just important from a South African perspective. It's important for all of us because all of us are crafting the same roadmaps. And you're showing a key example of why civil society is important, why younger progressive women sharing these spaces are important, why all of us are important. So thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for that brilliant talk. You hail from Namibia. You are the first country to actually sign off on to ratify the C-190. So that is great. It shows that your country is very serious about gender-based violence. So now, time is not on our side. We still have quite a number of sessions that we need to go to, commissions that we need to go to. So I'm going to be very brief, and I'm hoping that we are going to be brief, if we can, 5 minutes at most. That's the time that we're giving you. I'm going to introduce Ambassador Sandra Kramer. She arrived in Pretoria in August 2022, so she's very new to take up her duties here as the European Union's ambassador to South Africa, after having been an Africa director at the European Commission's Directorate Directorate General for International Partnerships since June 2019. I'm not going to go further other than to say that she joined the European Commission in 1995 in the Directorate General of External Relations, and during this period, she serves as a trade counselor at the EU delegation to Indonesia and as head of economic cooperation at the EU delegate to India. The EU, as we heard earlier on what the President was saying, they've really been a ROC's supporter, for the work that we're doing in South Africa with regard to gender-based violence. May I ask you to kindly come to the front and then be able to take the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Program Director. President Ramaphosa, I know he's no longer in the audience, but I wanted to just recognize him and recognize the leadership that he has provided in convoking this presidential summit. Honorable ministers, deputy ministers, excellencies, members of the Executive Council, members of civil society, summit delegates, and all guests, all protocols observed. This is a great event. It's very lively, it's very emotional, and I'm pleased and very honored on behalf of the members of the Gender Development Partner Coordination Group that comprises the member states of the European Union, the United States government through USAID, the United Kingdom, Switzerland and Canada. And we strongly support the government of South Africa's commitment to addressing gender-based violence and femicide, and we very much welcome the second presidential summit on this issue, which has indeed been exacerbated during the COVID-19 pandemic. As partners working closely with the South African government and with civil society, we share your concerns about the shockingly high prevalence of gender-based violence, especially against women, girls, and members of the LGBTIQA+ community. It's important to examine the social and cultural norms that give rise to discrimination, gender inequalities, and gender-based violence, and to realize the role that we all play in this regard, men and women, boys and girls, in schools, in offices, everywhere. At the first summit, we committed to support programs aligned with national priorities, and we did. And the President just mentioned it in his speech. Our joint commitments amount to 1 billion rand to programs implemented by civil society and government, such as Germany's GIZ's Partnership for Prevention, or Canadians' Voice and Leadership Programme, or the United Kingdom's support to the GBVF Fund, or the EU support to gender-based violence-free zones, or the first GBF prevalence survey, and directly to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Today, we're here to assess progress. Have our interventions transformed the drivers of violence against women? What should be amplified and accelerated? Those are the questions we address at this summit. And we use this opportunity to take stock. We also believe it's an important opportunity to renew commitments and strengthen collaboration so we can achieve better coherence in implementation of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. A key dimension of the National Strategic Plan is collaboration between all stakeholders. And in this respect, we, like many of you, eagerly await the establishment of the funded National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. We also look forward to the coordination and the oversight that that body will provide. Improved coordination and leadership will increase coherence of individual policies, but also between policies. And in addition to the National Strategic Plan, there are a number of other relevant policies and programs, the implementation of which is key, urgent, and part of the overall approach to fighting gender-based violence. And they include, and they were discussed before, the National Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy, the National Strategic Plan for HIV, TB, and STI, and the implementation of a National Plan on Women, Peace and Security. This can only happen with increased commitment to action and funding. In the last 2 decades, there's been a growing global recognition that investments in gender equality and women's rights organizations should no longer be regarded as a cost, but as an investment, and as an investment that yields returns. Experience in South Africa, but also many other countries, have shown what is working in the fight against gender-based violence. And the necessary tools are known and proven. It's now time to implement. We all hope that this summit will lead to concrete resolutions of what should be amplified and what should be accelerated. We stand alongside the government and civil society in South Africa in their continued efforts to realize a society free from gender-based violence to the benefit for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your continued support, to South Africa. And let's continue working together, particularly that we have got a global common agenda that I talked about right at the beginning. Now I'm going to introduce the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, who is Secretary General of the Commonwealth, very passionate person when it comes to the question of gender-based violence. Patricia Scotland was born in the Commonwealth of Dominica. She's the 10th of the 12 children and grew up in London. She completed her LLB honours, London University, at the age of 20 and was called to the bar at Middle Temple at the age of 21. Her career has been marked by achieving a number of extraordinary firsts, not least which was to be the first woman in the more than 700-year history of the office to serve as Her Majesty's Attorney General for England and Wales and for Northern Ireland. As the only woman to have been appointed Secretary General of the Commonwealth, she's placing special emphasis on mobilizing the 56 nations of the Commonwealth to tackle climate change, including its disproportionate impact on women, and also through enterprises to build the resilience of smaller or more vulnerable countries. She is working hard to eliminate domestic violence and violence against women and girls, and I'm very pleased to invite you to come to the floor and come and speak to the nation. You are not just speaking to people that are here, but the whole nation.
Your Excellencies, particularly I want to pay homage to President Cyril Ramaphosa for his extraordinary leadership. But I also want to pay real homage to all the ministers, all the civil society groups, and everyone here today. This morning has been painful, and we ask ourselves why. Because we have had to face the truth of gender-based violence and the scar that it places on our world. And the President was right when he called it a second pandemic. I've always referred to it as the silent pandemic, which was here long before COVID, because it is the greatest cause of morbidity for women and girls. 1 in 3 women and girls globally. So why did the conversation this morning cause us pain in our heart? Because what people were speaking about today is not just happening to women and girls and children in South Africa. It's happening to women and girls all over the world. And I feel so tired of hearing this story, but so determined and so happy that this story is still being told. But I really wish with all my heart that this issue no longer exists, because we are 28 years since the declaration of the elimination of violence against women. 28 years committing ourselves to change. And I want to say to you that change will come. Change has to come. But let us not fool ourselves. Change will only come if we make it happen, all of us. And it will take all of us, not just government, but local government, businesses, NGOs, individuals, all of us, with one purpose. Because at least 200 million women and girls have undergone female genital mutilation, that's cutting, in 31 countries where the practice is concentrated. At least 2 billion women in our world have experienced sexual harassment. And as we know, as a result of the COVID lockdowns, it just got worse. In some of our countries, it went up by more than 500%. So this pernicious abuse is not only devastating for survivors of violence and their families, it brings huge social and economic costs. It carries a profoundly negative impact on women and girls. Participation in education, employment, and civic life undermines poverty reduction. So the results in lost employment and productivity, and it drains resources from social services, the justice system, healthcare agencies, and employers. In short, it both causes and amplifies inequality. And that inequality has to stop. I've watched this from the age of 21 when I did my first case as a barrister. I saw it when I became a senior barrister and fought for change, and then as a deputy high court judge, then as a foreign minister, then as a justice minister, then as a criminal justice minister, and then lastly as attorney general, and now as secretary general. And I am determined, I am absolutely determined that we will end this violence against women and girls. Our family is a family of 56 nations with 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30, spread across 5 continents and all the great basins of our one shared ocean. And when our leaders came together, and President Cyril Ramaphosa and the First Lady's husband, President Gallagher, was there with us in Kigali, those 56 leaders put their shoulder to the world and said change was going to happen across our Commonwealth, 1/3 of the world. Because your issues are our issues, your hurts are our hurts, your hopes are our hopes, your children are our children, your future is our future, and we feel your pain. And together, we will have the ideal blends of values and ideas and unified purpose. And I want to tell you about our Commonwealth Says No More campaign, because we have launched an initiative which brings together all the learning, all the understanding from across the Commonwealth, and we've put it into one vital resource, a portal in which we will share everything we know. Because what I heard this morning, I've heard in country after country after country, and we know how to do this. Your national plan is a good plan. What you have come together 4 years ago to decide is the right pathway. And you are right to say this is about implementation. No more talk, we have to do. And together, we are finding the way to do that. So I'm asking everyone to go onto our website to look at our Commonwealth Says No More portal. Use all of it. But also, I'm begging you to add to it, because we need your wisdom, your courage, your information. and data is key. We have been able to work together and create an opportunity and a toolkit which is enabling our countries to assess the economic cost of domestic violence. Whilst I was minister in the United Kingdom, we managed to reduce domestic violence by 64%, and we saved £7.1 billion a year in economic cost. So we can save lives and we can save money. I want to tell you, do not give up. Do not be silent. Keep on fighting. And I promise you, I, as your Secretary General, will fight with you.
Ambassador, I've already introduced you, so to save time, you have the floor.
To the President of the Republic, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the First Lady of Namibia, Malaga Gengos, Honorable Ministers of the Government of South Africa, development partners, delegates, distinguished organizers, good afternoon. I am so privileged to stand with you today to represent the government of the United States of America in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. I can also tell you that I'm extraordinarily privileged to listen to the passion and the pain that was so bravely articulated by so many members of civil society earlier today. And I can tell you that I am personally committed to this fight for three very important reasons: human rights, health, and economic growth. First, on human rights. Gender-based violence, sexual exploitation, and femicide are all grave human rights violations. We all know this. But knowing is not enough. We need to confront this evil at its source. And let me say, if I may, that I believe that President Ramaphosa could not be more correct when he said that you cannot confront and defeat gender-based violence unless you engage men. One of the great orators of American history, Frederick Douglass, once said that it is easier to raise strong children than it is to fix broken men. But if we, as men, must fix ourselves, so be it. Let it begin. The United States government strongly believes that these three problems of GBV, sexual exploitation, and femicide, that these three problems in South Africa and in the United States, for that matter, are deeply rooted in gender inequality. So, as we seek to collectively protect South Africans whose rights are violated through gender-based violence and sexual exploitation and femicide, we also need to address the root cause of gender inequality. For that reason, the U.S. government funds programs like the DREAMS Initiative to empower young women and girls here in South Africa to realize their economic and leadership potential. Second, health. Beyond the ravages on one's personal mental health, we know that the experiences of rape or intimate partner violence can increase a person's risk of acquiring HIV years after that violent experience. So if we are going to truly end the HIV epidemic in South Africa, we must also end the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. For that reason, every single one of the U.S. government's programs related to HIV also addresses gender-based violence and femicide. We must address these challenges holistically and realistically if we are going to overcome them together. Finally, and third, economic growth. Put simply, women make up half the population in South Africa, hold up half the sky. And if women and other potential victims of gender-based violence and femicide fear for their lives and the lives of their loved ones, they cannot realize their true economic potential. And given the economic challenges that are faced today, both in South Africa and in the United States and elsewhere, we cannot afford to lose those vital economic contributions of women. We cannot meet the economic challenges that we face today without the full spectrum of contributions that women provide to society, to the workplace, and in the home. And so I challenge each of us, including myself, to address gender-based violence holistically, to confront the issue boldly, and to create a supportive environment for the survivors, not the victims, the survivors, now and in the future. Because ultimately, our societies flourish when women feel safe, equal, and empowered. I look forward to working with the government of the Republic of South Africa and with all of our partners to eradicate gender-based violence and femicide as a national crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of this particular session. They always say that if you want to go far, don't go alone, go with others. And we have done so because President Ramaphosa had started a program at the AU which really focused on gender-based violence, including introducing the Convention on Gender-Based Violence on women dealing with gender issues. I'm now tired, you can see. So we have included them, and we also note the fact that the President has been doing quite a lot of work on generation equality, which is a global program that deals with the question of women's equality. So I've come to the end of this session, but now I'd like to have my co-chair from civil society here to come and give information on how we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues and friends, we have to do some managing in order to regain the time that we have lost. So most of us are here to go into these commissions that we have been talking about, and we are going to move into them straight after this. Pillar 1 is going to be at the auditorium. Pillar 2, the ballroom. Pillar 3, hall 1. Pillar 4, behind exhibition hall. Pillar 5, behind plenary. And pillar 6, Gallagher 1. Gallagher Grill, pillar 6, that's where it's going to be. It will be signposted and you will be able to go there. Just for completeness sake, pillar 1 is the accountability pillar, we've talked about that. Pillar 2 is the pillar that deals with so prevention and rebuilding social cohesion. Pillar 3, it's the criminal justice system. Pillar 4 is the support and healing pillar. Pillar 5, economic empowerment. And pillar 6 is the research data pillar. For people who are unclear what is going to happen there, we have provided one-pagers, and so as you go into the pillars, you can just come past here and then take them there. There will be people from government and people from civil society who will lead these pillars. And here, this will be the space to talk about the work that has happened under the various pillars and what it is that we want to see accelerated. And so that's the beginning of the accountability work that we are going to do. There will be ministers in some of these pillars and high-ranking government officials who will be able to answer the questions that you have. So we'll go now. We have lost an entire agenda item, which we are going to roll back to tomorrow. We were supposed to go into these pillar commissions and then go to the action caucuses. So we will come back tomorrow and start with the action caucuses. So do the pillar work, and then there will be rapporteurs there who will work on the report back. I think we're close here now. We're not going to come back. Yes. So we should finish the pillar conversations around 6 o'clock. We do not have to come back here. So this will be the time when we say goodbye for today. And thank you so much for indulgence. And once again, apologies for not sticking to the time and the program. Thank you very much. Hi, if you have lost car keys or a rucksack, please come forward. Car keys, rucksack, please come forward. The progress report is out there. The progress report is out there, so you can pick a copy. And the guidance for civil society engagement during this